not a whole lot of evidence is out there about whether it works or not, and so on. And then we can, of course, rewire the networks to have some kind of global properties, kind of make them more centralized or more small world or more clustered or so on and so forth. And then I like to also say one of the things that we do is rewire networks to match users with non-users, right? And teachers do this a lot. They'll match kids specifically high and low capability in order for them to help one another through their schoolwork or other activities that they're working on. And then finally, I like to chastise us, right? I like to say, you know, we spend a lot of time talking about how all the other social science fields ignore relations and ignore network structure, but we also have to acknowledge that nodes are people, right? They actually have attributes that we might want to consider. And you'll notice that a lot of all this stuff that I've just presented has actually been completely absent of individual attributes, right? And acted as if all the nodes are the same. And they're not. Anyway, so this is just back to this table. Like I said, it's become used in a number and expanded in different ways. So this is really still ongoing work. There's an that you can use at your apparel. Again, like I said, I'm not the greatest programmer, but I put it all into an R script. So then we move on to the next stage of implementation. You're launching an intervention, people are meeting in groups, they're trying to get things done, and a number of years ago, and I alluded to this yesterday when I made the comment about the paper that we did on network diagnostics, right? This intervention was going on with folks at Vanderbilt University, Sherry Barkin and Sabina Giselle, and they had this idea, what can we do from a network perspective to actually think about when an intervention is happening, can we make changes to it? And so I came up with this table. These would be our kind of network metrics, a lot of standard ones that we're familiar with, and we'll go ahead and set some threshold values that the interventionist can be aware of. We gave them a diagram and suggestions about very specific things to do. And I'm pleased to say there's actually a fairly large trial of this that is just getting launched in New York in some South Asian housing units. So, I've talked about networks quite generally. In fact, one of the things that we know is that different networks serve different functions, right? One of the things I love, we get asked a lot of times, how do you calculate validity and reliability for network data? And the reality is we can, it's not standard psychometric stuff, but we know when we ask different network questions, we get different people, right? And typically for intervention purposes, the two networks that we measure the most are advice seeking and discussion, right? And this goes all the way back to Coleman, Katz, and Menzel in the 50s. Who do you go to for advice? Who do you discuss matters with, right? And in the health care setting, we ask, who do you go to for advice when you have a clinical question about X? Who do you discuss your patient management issues with, and so on? And those different networks may suggest different kinds of network interventions and tactics. And I like to say one of the things that we find with our data is people that are high and low on these two dimensions, right? We find people that are very high in expertise but low in trust, right? We know they know a lot, but we don't know necessarily that they have the community or our own best interests at heart. And what's golden is when you find people that are here, high in expertise, high in trust. And I generally like to think about this as expertise is more hierarchical, where discussion and trust is more vertical. And we have evidence for that, right? That you're going to move up the food chain when you're looking for advice and across when you're looking for people that you trust. And I like to say that when the barrier is technical, you don't know how to do it, then advice seeking is going to be important and expertise. But when the barrier is cultural, we don't know what kind of change we want to do. We just know things aren't working well, then trust is going to be important. All right, so these network methods I think are fantastic. It's great to use them for interventions. It capitalizes on interpersonal relations. It uses the community as part of the change, right? And in my mind, Any community and organization should be doing this on a regular basis because you're establishing a learning organization. You're building social capital within the community to bring about change. And one of the reasons network interventions are so successful is because the change stays there, right? We've seen in interventions out in the field, we can do an intervention for 3 months, throw a lot of money at a problem and get change. Great, that's fantastic. Then we go away and go do something else, write a new grant, find a new job. But when you use a network intervention, you're leaving the people in the community there to continue doing the health promotion activities you've trained them to do. So it's more sustainable and you have more long-lasting effects. I also think it can be replicated. And we can look at fidelity measures that we get. How well did we identify who the peer opinion leaders are? How well does our community detection algorithm characterize the network so that we know those group definitions are important? And then, of course, for us, data, right? Gives us a great excuse to have network data that we can analyze. Okay, I did that quickly because I only had an hour. But I'm happy to field some questions in the time that we have left. So thank you for your attention. I appreciate it. Yes, Anthony.
Thank you for the great talk. Can you go back to the taxonomy?
Sure. Oh, there we go. Thank you for calling it taxonomy, by the way.
How do you decide which of these strategies to implement? Is it led by community? Do you elicit it from them? Is it led by network structures?
So, I've got some writing on this. One of the things, of course, is there a network out there? Because if there isn't, you've got to start with building the network and so on. The reality is everybody loves this. Every time I go into an organization or a community, it's like, no, let's just identify the peer opinion leaders and work with them. That makes the most sense. It's easy and intuitive and whatnot. Frankly, I think the ones that are the most effective are down here, right? And what I like to do is start here, but then switch over to here. But again, it's the community that gets to decide. You're going to work with them, and whatever motivates them and appeals to them is the way you want to go because they know their own community better than you do. You're just there to provide the tools and the assistance to get it done. So you want to lead it to them. And there's a process of teaching them about network analysis, right? You go in, community meeting, you say, oh, we do all this stuff. And they're like, wow, that's fascinating, that's amazing. And then, they either get more enthusiastic or not. But you let them lead the charge. You're welcome. Yes? Right, and so unfortunately, everybody says that their network is unique. So whatever they're doing here is, when I come and say, oh, we did this over here, they go, yeah, but they're different than we are. We have our own culture here, so we need to do it differently here, even though it ends up being exactly the same thing, right? And so you don't get a lot of bleed over. And frankly, the biggest challenge we've had, and I've been in a lot of organizations where this has been the case, they say, this is great, let's do this. You collect the data, you show them the data, and inevitably there are some things in the data that they don't agree with, so they discount the data, right? Because they always, you have your management team there, and not everybody on the management team ends up high on the list of centrality measures. And so they go, well, clearly the data are wrong. Right? And then they'll look for one mistake in the data and say, discount it. And so we have the same problem getting network interventions adopted as we do with other innovations, right? Why we don't get lift on this is shocking to me. Because again, you can get a 14 percentage point change within a year in an organization, and you're talking primarily these are doctors who are not easy to change, and sure enough, it's not happening, and it's surprising. Now, one of the reasons it's not happening is people are happy to do things the way they've always done them, right? And that's just human nature, and it's hard to get behavior change. Yes?
You're going to lose your slides now.
Yes?
A bit of a data sharing issue, but is there a kind of, have you done, or are you familiar with work that has used prior network data to kind of plan and implement interventions?
I'm not familiar with anybody that's done that. And I guess you'd be unsure if how valid the data were, how stable they are. And the thing is, it's so easy to collect network data. So I review papers all the time. I'm editor of a journal. People always, oh, network data is so hard and expensive to collect and process and whatnot. But frankly, it's easy to collect network data, right? I've gone into organizations, allowed people to name up to 12 alters to half a dozen or 8 different network questions, and it takes less than 5 minutes, right? Because we can preload that stuff into Qualtrics or RedCap or Network Canvas, and so it takes them no time at all. So I don't have any problem collecting data, and have not used any existing data or know of anybody who has tried to do that. Although, I mean, you could imagine there are settings where there's network data all around us anyway, so you could do that. Although I have some critiques about electronically, unobtrusively collected data because it doesn't always tell you what you want it to tell, right? So for example, there are a lot of companies that go to pharmaceutical companies and say, here, I'm going to get all this network data via shared patients and other kinds of undirected data. But the key to good network intervention data is directed data, right? That direction matters a lot. Who's receiving the nominations? So, yeah. Yes?
This might be a bit too meta of a question, maybe saved for later in the day, but you do a lot of work with adolescents, and I wonder what your thoughts were about just like these two dual contexts, in-person and digital context, and it feels like every year the Pew Center does their research report, the percentage of kids that are just constantly online keeps increasing. And I feel like the person who's popular in person might not actually be popular online.
Yeah, I haven't done enough work to look at that, right? I mean, I do know from my own experience, having raised 2 kids, that the people that they're online with the most are ones that they're also friends with in real life. But you're right, the network does expand out from the school, and there's all kinds of very weak ties and long tie connections that they have outside of the school environment. But now that COVID's done, or at least we're in a new stage of it, kids are back in school, and it's still the primary place where they locate. But the other reality is any one of these interventions, but you may be working with the kids' social networks, there's going to be a social media or a media component that's going to be tied in. They're going to be sending messages over Snapchat, Instagram, and Discord, and everything else that they use, right? So there is a duality there, indeed. Yep. Yes, Miranda. Miranda.
Very quick.
So advice and discussion worked great. I've been working with some organizational folks who also like the network name generators. Who do you rely on? Who relies on you? Which is a nice innovation. I steer away from anything personal, right? We went into a hospital one time and the folks wanted to ask, what's your friends and who do you have coffee with? Thank you all very much.
This one.
Camera.
So is this one on?
Yeah, it's on. You may want to test it.
Okay. Hello? There we go. Looks on. You check it.
There
Will
we
you
are.
give me a 5-minute warning?
I will. Yeah.
Can you help me set up here? Thanks. Good morning, everybody. It's a real honor to speak after Tom Valente. Tom, I hope you're gratified by this presentation because I'm one of the public health people that read your work. Do you want to say something?
Just a
or-
quick, let me do a
Yeah.
quick introduction.
Yeah.
So I'm really pleased to have Carol here. Carol has been working on a remarkable study called the Aweta study that we're going to talk about today. She's professor of public health or something like this.
I'm in the Department of Medicine, actually.
Department
Yeah.
of Medicine,
Yeah.
yes. Department of Obstetrics, second of the word.
That's my secondary. Yeah.
So anyway, her real work is doing interventions for HIV and HIV testing remarkable sort of project. It's a big community organization, and so I really wanted you all to hear about this work. So, take it up.
Thank you. It's a real honor to be here and a pleasure. And just to give you a little bit of background, I'm a social scientist working across different disciplines, training in social demography. But I've been doing HIV work pretty much all my adult life and working for the last 2 decades in Africa. And I had one body of research on human mobility and gender in HIV, and another on doing qualitative and mixed methods research embedded within clinical trials and implementation studies, pragmatic clinical trials in Africa. And through that work on mobility in Africa, saw that, first of all, mobility is a very, basic household livelihood strategy in Africa, and Africans are very much on the move and have multiple residences that they circulate between, and both men and women are equally participant in it, and that has changed a lot in recent years. And the HIV research was still very based in an idea of a kind of like community as a kind of place of intervention, and conceiving of communities as kind of contained and static, or clinic-based interventions also. But each of these were not fully adequately addressing the social reality. And I became interested in social network interventions after doing a lot of work looking at how mobility was impacting on the potential of basically modifying and attenuating the effectiveness of existing HIV interventions, because they weren't kind of capturing this reality. And the truth is, through ethnographic work, I saw that households are geographically stretched in Africa, and a lot of specific subpopulations of people are highly mobile, and it's of course those populations of people where HIV incidence was highest, but they're very socially connected. So they might be geographically stretched. There might be a great deal of kind of temporal dynamic relationships. Temporally dynamic, geographically dynamic, but socially very, very interconnected. And that's what got me interested in social network interventions. Social networks as a kind of a site of intervention, as a kind of unit of intervention. So that is what led me to this work that I was really lucky to connect with Jim on. And I'm presenting some very recent findings of our study, the Owete study, which means brothers in Duluo, Ne Ngimi Maber, meaning brothers in good health. So at any point in this talk, stop me if you have a question, okay? Just raise your hand. So we sought to determine whether an HIV status neutral social network-based approach could promote HIV testing, linkage to care and prevention, and better health outcomes in men. And we were basically all about identification from Tom's talk, finding the right guys, selecting highly socially connected men within networks and recruiting them to act as promoters to other men in their close social networks of HIV testing and linkage for confirmatory testing, either PrEP if they're HIV negative, or ART for treatment if they were not already in care. And we also incentivized linkage with a low-cost financial voucher for transport reimbursement. So our rationale was that basically the epidemic in sub-Saharan Africa could not be ended without better engaging men in testing, prevention, and treatment. And the 95 targets, the UNAIDS targets, were not being met in the region because men are less likely than women still to get tested for HIV. Engaging men remains challenging because they're less likely than women to enroll in PrEP or ART. They're more likely to default from treatment and have virological failure. They have a lower life expectancy on ART than women because they have a harder time adhering. And highly mobile men, for example, men working in fishing communities and other kinds of highly mobile occupations, have especially low uptake of testing and linkage to ART and PrEP. So basically, these, this group of men are really involved in the continued persistence of HIV in the region, and that to get that last missing 27% in that 95, 95, 95. You have to engage mobile men in improving their engagement with services. But we chose to work in Siaya County in western Kenya, which is on Lake Victoria. Transmission risks remain high in the fishing communities surrounding Lake Victoria. HIV incidence has been very high and HIV prevalence very high. My own work for many years in the area led me to publish some work around a kind of a unique cultural attribute of the area, which is that fish are really embedded, transactional sex is embedded within the fish value chain, where women exchange money and also sex to get access to fish to be able to sell in the local market. It's different on the Uganda side. If there's time, we can talk about it. But within Kenya, women actually are the ones who sell the fish locally. I mean, men sell the fish if it's for the export market, sending fish to Dubai and the nice restaurants in Nairobi, and the expensive, good, highly remunerative fish men sell. But otherwise, women are selling locally. And to get access to that, there's a transactional sex system called the Jaboya system. So this contributes to the ongoing high HIV incidence in these communities. Meanwhile, they're very isolated, they're very rural, they're very remote. So our Owete intervention was designed to address the social, cultural, and structural barriers to men's engagement in testing, prevention, and treatment using HIV self-testing, which we knew can help to bridge the testing gap, but we also knew we needed to work on strategies for better, more optimal distribution of HIV self-tests, and also to improve post-self-test linkage to health facilities. We wanted to use a social network-based approach to kind of leverage the properties of social networks inherently, building on the diffusion of innovation theory, and also thinking about building on the power of social influence and vicarious efficacy. Who knows what vicarious efficacy is? Raise your hand. Anybody know what vicarious efficacy is? Okay, Miranda, can you tell us? That's right. So this is from Bandura, social cognitive theory. I see someone socially similar to me successfully doing the new scary thing. I therefore feel I can do it. So it's a kind of, we drew on multiple theories. We're not just about network theory here in this study, but thinking about how do people change behaviors, especially stigmatized and difficult to adopt behaviors. So selecting highly connected men to act as promoters might help their close male peers to overcome cultural and social barriers to testing. We also knew that low-cost financial incentives could possibly help facilitate linkage by just addressing the cost barriers and providing a behavioral cue to action. Someone else might know cue to action from other behavioral theories that have been mentioned here. So just a thing that kind of tips you over into doing the thing that you've been. Maybe you're at the kind of pre-contemplation stage. Maybe you've moved to contemplation and you're about to prepare to do it, and it's that thing that just knocks you over the edge to do the thing. So we had three aims. First, to increase men's HIV testing via secondary distributions of HIV self-tests. Secondly, to improve linkage to care and prevention. And third, to look at the impact of the interventions on ART or PrEP adherence and retention. And so we had these specific outcomes, self-reported testing. Also, we validated that with the return of the used self-test kits at the clinics. We measured linkage to ART and PrEP using, again, self-report, but also clinic reports. And then for the viral suppression measures, we actually used the viral load data collected in the study, and we had a urine tenofovir test that we were able to use to also measure PrEP adherence. So we could validate self-report with the objective biomarker data. And our methods, this was a cluster randomized trial where the unit of randomization were the clusters of close social networks of fishermen randomized 1-to-1 in 3 beach communities in Siaya, selected on the basis of size, non-contiguity, and local leadership support. Among fishermen working in fisheries, we recruited them using a BMU registry, which is at every beach landing site. Kenya Government of Fishery, the Department of Fisheries requires that men who are working at a given beach have to be registered. They collect a little tax from them, right? So they have to pay a little tax to be able to work at that beach landing site. So the BMU has these records, these registries. We thought, fantastic sampling frame, where they collect the their names and their IDs and their phone numbers and what boat crew they're on, et cetera. So we're able to use that as a sampling frame. And we updated those registries, which was not a trivial step, and we screened and recruited and enrolled the eligible men who gave informed consent to participate. So we did promoter selection using social network analysis, and Jim, we're so lucky to have worked with you around this work. The roles of the promoter were to provide testing information and promote treatment and prevention. In the intervention arm, the men got instruction in how to use self-tests and how to explain self-test use to other people, and how to talk with other men about testing without forcing them to disclose their test results, how to kind of encourage and support without pressuring. We did didactic training, and we covered HIV infection and transmission basics, PrEP and ART, and in the intervention arm, they got an additional set of training on how to use self-test kits. So in the control arm, it was like a one-day training. In the intervention arm, it was a two-day training. And in the end of the day of the training, the men in the intervention clusters got vouchers that can be exchanged for 500 shillings, which is about $4. So they gave out the self-test kit and the voucher to the men in their networks that they could then use, and then when they linked, they could go to that clinic and they get their 500 shillings after they, go through confirmatory testing, get screened for eligibility for PrEP, or get re-enrolled in ART if they're not enrolled, or start ART if they're not yet enrolled. And in the control arm clusters, they didn't get the vouchers, but they did get like a referral card, which we thought they could use to go to the clinics and exchange for a self-test kit. It didn't end up being the case that they could get self-test kits at the clinics, unfortunately. But they were able to go there and they get facility-based testing. So these were the conditions. We also had some retention support via SMS in the intervention arm. So just follow up very non-intrusive, non-sensitive SMS messages. Prioritize your health, And the standard of care for ART or PrEP, fortunately at that point, PrEP and ART were, before the cancellation of USAID and PEPFAR, these medications were available. In our name generators, we collected information on the contacts related to food and borrowing, food borrowing and food sharing related to co-work in the fishing industry, leisure and relaxation and just enjoyment, money management, financial matters, health issues, emotional support, and even close personal secrets, which we tried out in the pilot beach only. The actual social network survey in our context, using these 6 domains basically, took about an hour, actually, in Duluo. And we also did a qualitative study where we had men participating in in-depth discussions and focus group discussions, in-depth interviews and focus groups at selected time points where we were really trying to understand the mechanisms of action, potentially, understand perceived benefits or challenges with HIV self-testing, linkage, uptake, and adherence to PrEP or ART. And these, again, were our outcomes, and they were measured with multi-level mixed effects. Logistic regression with cluster-adjusted standard errors, adjusting for clustering of the social network clusters. So on to the results. And a side note, all of the photos here are either in the public domain or we had consent. So here is essentially our a consort diagram. And, we started out with an eligible population of almost 2,500 and ended up with, basically 934 men who were participating in the social network survey with his name generators. Jim, bless his heart, had to do a lot to identify distinct social network clusters, to identify non-overlapping clusters, just for the purpose of our clinical trial, and had to drop, we had to drop isolates, and had to identify network central guys within each of these clusters so that we could then select them to train them to be promoters. So following that, we had, a number that participated in the baseline survey and in our midline survey, so at 3 and 6 months after the baseline. Despite all of these steps, and despite the very high mobility of the population, we had really high retention of 88% of the men from baseline to 3-month follow-up. Sorry, 6-month was only clinic data extraction. So the actual data collection was at baseline in 3 months. So here, on to the results. And this is Jim's slide. And here is his beautiful sociogram. And apropos of his presentation on how to display information that is informative, here is a very informative sociogram of the first community. And you can see that I don't know if he has a pointer here, but here are our nodes with size of the node proportional to the number of ties, and also the ties themselves, the thickness of the ties, showing the number of relations of the ties, showing the kind of proportion of number of relations of the ties for each of these ties from all of, between all of these nodes. And the the middle shows the degree and edge weight distribution of these ties, and we see that basically most men were connected to almost 14 other men in the network. And he's color-coded this also, so you could see most of the nodes are in the orange range of the K-core scale, so they share ties with 7 or more other men in the network. And most of the ties were weak. 52% had only single channel relations, and 21% had 2. But there were some very strong ties in the network, with about 14% of the men having 4 or more types of relations with each other. And these, this was the core population from which to select promoters. In the second community, and that was a pilot community. We ended up using the pilot data from that community. So you can see in the second community, it was a larger community, but it had a similar network structure where, in both of these cases, a very, very strong core network. There's no kind of peripheral segmentation of kind of other kind of sub-cores. So it's a very kind of cohesive community. And although higher degree overall, cohesion levels, with the average degree being over 15. And each man had ties to just over, like most of the ties here were weak, again, with 56% only having a single channel relation with others, so meaning like they only worked together or they only ate together, et cetera. 12% had 4 or more types of relations, and in both of these cases, also I didn't speak to the panel on the right here, the embeddedness distribution. In both of these cases, this distribution is really highly skewed. So 37% are at the highest K = 10 cohesion level, and 78% are 8 or higher. Jim, do you want to add anything about either of these two slides?
Just to say that I think it was a little surprising to us first how cohesive these were.
Mm-hmm.
We kind of thought what we do Tom's trick is do a quick community connection and already have these groups and we go away. And then it turned out that every group was connected to every other group. A lot of the work
And so here's the third beach. It was a lot larger. It's the largest of the 3 beaches. And it's got this similar, very unified core structure, but you can see it's a little bit less cohesive than the other 2 beaches. The middle panel shows that on average, each man had ties to just under 13 other men. Most of the ties were again weak, with 49% having only a single channel relations and 23% having 2, but again 14% had 4 or more types of relations with one another. And the connectivity distribution was really different than the prior 2 beaches. Here you see it's a less skewed connectivity distribution with a wider range, wider group of people in the kind of 5 to 8 range. So somewhat different and a somewhat smaller deep tin core in Jim's language. So very interesting. And in conclusion, Jim's notes on this and Jim's kind of observations were that all of these were really highly conducive. And this potentially could be conducive, being conducive to easy diffusion of information. Most of the men were socially connected through a single relation type, but a small core of men had very strong, deep connections to other men across a number of different kind of domains or relation types. And Jim noted that this study had much, much higher cohesion levels than in other data sets that you've been working with. And we can comment more on that later, maybe, if we have time. Yeah. So our characteristics of our participants, the main thing to note is this is a very high poverty area. These are the poorest of the poor men in Kenya. There weren't any significant differences between our intervention clusters and our control clusters. Most men had primary or less education. So you think of the fishing occupations as one in which this is a kind of informal sector labor occupation that is available to men who have very little education. And most men were married. It's also Luo culture where there's polygyny. So about 20% of the men were in polygynous marriages. And on to our primary findings. To this key question, can a social network-based approach with small transport incentive increase HIV testing? Yes, and dramatically so. We were able to increase testing in over 60% of men in intervention clusters compared to 10% of men in control clusters. And self-test use was significantly higher. The odds ratio was 14, adjusted odds ratios of 14. So this blew our minds. This is much bigger. This was a much bigger effect than we expected. These findings were just published in the Lancet Global Health, by the way. We also looked at testing, HIV testing as an outcome, any modality, either facility-based or HIV self-testing. Again, 65% in intervention clusters compared to 31.3% in control clusters. Then the linkage outcome was also significant, and this was really important. We saw that 67.3% in intervention arm and 15.6% in control linked to a health facility for confirmatory testing. Then we looked at our third aim of PrEP adherence or viral suppression. There we didn't see a difference by arm in a self-report or via urine assay in PrEP adherence. And we also didn't see a difference by arm in our viral suppression. We didn't really have sufficient power to measure these outcomes for the same, but you can see a trend towards, potentially trend towards protection in terms of the figures, where we had 13.6% in the control and 18.8% in the intervention having detectable tenofovir levels in urine, and 40.2% in control and 35.7% in the intervention with detectable viral load at the 6-month follow-up. And this was just published, or it's just about to be published in AIDS. So here's the same data if you prefer tables. But this also shows our PrEP uptake, which I just want to point out that, you know, in the intervention arm, 19.7% in intervention and 19.6% in control clusters, we're using PrEP at 3 months. And the number reporting PrEP use, ever having used PrEP, was 4% at baseline. So although this is a kind of this is a null finding that was a great public health victory. So I was very happy to see this. And in terms of the kind of potential for, in terms of scalability, this was really important. Miranda. I'm sorry? Oh, I'm sorry, HIV pre-exposure prophylaxis? Yeah, and it's an oral daily tablet, which, you know, most men really dislike, most people really dislike. So these usage rates of almost 20% are quite high. This is great, you know, considering that, you know, there are many, many interventions in Africa that have just been solely devoted to trying to promote PrEP uptake in men. It's very comparable to those that have just thrown a ton of intervention. So this was great. You can imagine if we have better prevention products like lenacapavir, like Cab-LA, the ones where we'll have injectables that can be taken every 2 months or twice a year, how impactful this could be. We also have some findings that, I'm sorry? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, for those of you with a demography background, you can understand composition. And so you can see that, like, proportionally a higher proportion of men are getting linked in the intervention clusters than in the control clusters. So greater numbers, sheer numbers of men from intervention clusters are showing up at the clinics in, you know, greater numbers than men in the control arm. But as a proportion of the arms, there are similar numbers taking up PrEP once they're in the clinic, right? So we have qualitative findings that I hope will kind of open up some discussion around the theory around this. This is not yet published, but I think that these guys who are socially central are not necessarily opinion leaders. Like, we know qualitatively some of them are like drunkards, really popular for like buying the other guys drinks who are on their boat crew, right? These are not the ones where if we took the traditional public health approach and we said, who are your leaders? And we asked the local authorities. These are not the guys who would be kind of handpicked as opinion leaders. And they wouldn't necessarily have thought of themselves as opinion leaders, and they may not have even been named as such. But what they were known and trusted. And I think for HIV and STI and other kinds of behaviors that are stigmatized and more intimate or private, I think that this is the attribute that's most important. I think that what we found is that after the training, this is why I just felt like on every one of Tom's slides, I had a response like, you can move them from high trust and low expertise to high trust and high expertise. And then imagine what happens if you move on both those axes. You start on one axis already there, and you move them. Because through the training, they become comfortable distributing HIV self-test kits, talking about testing with other men, and then normalizing HIV testing and linkage. It's so many quotes I could have shared with you. I'm just sharing a few. The men in turn in their networks felt comfortable using the tests and even disclosing the results. Even though we emphasized in the training, we do not require for them to tell you their results. We just want you to encourage them to test. Here's how you can talk about all of these things with them without forcing them to disclose to you, because that's their right to choose whether they disclose to you or not. So we really emphasized all of that, but then we're disclosing to their promoters. It was easy to convince them to take the HIV test because I taught them, and then after talking as friends, they also understood me, so they just tested themselves without me forcing them. Being that it was men to men, it made work so easy. Men prefer other men to know their status more than women. This person, he's a very close friend. One day he told me, I've been given this paper to bring to you to go for HIV testing. And I told him, well, if you've brought it to me, then it's okay. So we both went, and we both were tested. So lots of kind of accompanying men, and even the control arm men kind of paying out of the pocket to get the transport to their guys in their networks to go to the clinic to test. I mean, men really stepped up in this role. So this was something that, you know, really bore out our hypothesis as a potential mechanism. But there were other findings that were unexpected. And I take a kind of interpretivist approach to qualitative research, following kind of Kathy Sharmaz's constructing grounded theory, and we want to be open to surprises, and we also want to generate theory. And we found evidence for really a process whereby men were fashioning a new valorized identity through their selection of being a promoter. And they talk about having improved social status and recognition, public recognition for their actions. And this was really transformative for these, again, men who are the poorest of the poor men, who otherwise do not have opportunities to have, you know, a leadership role. And they talked about, first of all, having an increased sense of responsibility for their own health. Like, first of all, these men love me, therefore I must love myself. Let me take care of myself by getting tested. And now I'm a role model, so let me first take responsibility in ways that I haven't. Then they were also, you know, developing their own self-efficacy and providing opportunities for vicarious efficacy for their men in the networks. They talked about how it brought them closer. In the 6-month follow-up data, it brought them closer to the guys in their networks. It also made them have more connections to other guys that they hadn't yet had. After the training, I got the courage. It gave me the guts to test myself. Before, people would not ask me about issues related to their lives. They felt those issues were private, but now someone can come to me and ask me something that concerns their health. Being with Owete has made me so famous, more than I used to be. And when I say these men love me, that's a direct quote. I found they love me, you know, that was a direct quote. Ever since I started distributing these vouchers that I was given, I can say our friendship has increased between me and them. So we're seeing kind of, you know, in the qualitative data at 6 months, kind of spillover effects and long-term effects. The ones that didn't want to test earlier now want to test, you know, so the laggards are coming forth, and they're going to the promoters. So there are limitations. We had stockouts of HIV self-tests at some of the clinics, as I mentioned. So they might not have been able to get, you know, in the control clusters, they were told they could get a self-test kit when they showed up, and then they found out they weren't, and some of them were upset and disappointed. There was, you know, spillover, because this is such a cohesive community. You can imagine how hard it was for the control cluster promoters. Like, I don't have money for you, you know, and that made it really hard for them. So they were like, but you should care about your health anyway, you know. But it just made their job so much harder, and they were frustrated. It was difficult reaching some men because these guys are highly mobile. They're following fish all over the lake. Some of them are going to Uganda and coming back and missing contacts. There's continuing confusion in the community between ART and PrEP. There's no visual distinction between PrEP and an older regimen of ART, Truvada basically. And this is not something unique to this community. This is ubiquitous, basically, in the region. But, you know, in terms of major problems, I would say that overall they've been minimal because of really, really good support. And we spent a lot of time on community, you know, engagement and preparation, working with the beach management units and the county and sub-county health management teams. So that is, you know, very important. Conclusions for us were a social network-based HIV status-neutral intervention, improved testing and linkage outcomes in men as a really promising way to engagement and treatment, can harness the power of social networks to diffuse new information, skills, and behaviors, supporting men to engage other other male friends in prioritizing their health, can change social norms and facilitate men's uptake of services, and might be helpful, especially for engaging mobile populations in treatment and prevention. And I would add, not just around HIV, but just a variety of any kind of self-screening modalities that are coming through for STIs, for hepatitis, for chronic disease conditions, and so forth. I think that any kind of intervention that really harnesses the power of social networks and brings services closer via social networks has a lot of promise. But I promised Jim I would talk about the realities of doing this, and this is the only thing I disagree with Tom about. I don't think in the actual on-the-ground implementation of social network-based interventions in the context of Kenya, in this very rural, high-poverty setting, so full sociometric mapping would be too costly and time-consuming for most public health systems to be able to do, if you want to think about scalability of this kind of approach. The name generator, it's collecting data on up to 6 men across 6 relation types in 3 beach communities of about 150 to 300 fishermen, cost about $30,000 to $90,000 per beach. It varied by the size of the beach. And it took 4 interviewers surveying fishermen over 2 to 6 months, and also a data manager spending 6 to 8 days to clean and process the data. In part, it's about context and local culture, and there being a sort of small number of shared names. Onyango, Lugo, Yuki, this is Obama country. This is like all the kind of shared names, all starting with O or A. So differentiating between men with a kind of like smaller number of given names and smaller number of surnames and lots of nicknames among fishermen meant that there's just a lot of time identifying who these guys were and filling in the data. And then you have poverty and mobility, even though people are incredible at staying in contact, and they have a lot of financial incentive to stay in contact because they're sharing information about prices of fish, different landing sites, they're kind of coordinating crews. So cell phone use is ubiquitous, but phone contacts can be unstable. People run out of funds on their phone. I mean, all banking is on phones. It's incredible, actually. Kenya is so far ahead of us in terms of banking systems and phones. But people's, they run out of power. There's not electricity. So it's hard to stay in contact. So we do need lower cost surrogate methods for identifying network central people, whether they be friendship nomination method or we're actually going to be working on developing a kind of best data method from our data and comparing it with friendship nomination approach. Hopefully, if our scale-up study, which got a great impact score, actually gets funded in the current moment. We don't know. So that is that's something that I think is next. I want to acknowledge everyone. My very close colleague in Kenya, Dr. Kwango, sadly passed away last year. So this is all in loving memory of this powerhouse, Kwango. And just want to thank all the collaborating institutions. Jim, thank you. And our funding, which is from the National Institute of Mental Health, that made all of this possible. Thank you.
This is a model of how to stay on schedule. Oh, and comments and questions, please.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, and let me take this as an opportunity to invite you. I have also Jim's permission to say this. I want to invite people to collaborate with us in our analysis of our data. We will never have enough time to make full use of our data. So please see me. We do have like a process for inviting your collaboration in our data. I don't have, we had to make some really careful choices about what to include in our survey, and I don't include a lot of those kind of indices from a lot of the behavioral models in the survey data. We certainly can explore it qualitatively. And there are kind of measures of mental health, there's the social network measures, we have alcohol and substance use measures, we have mobility measures, and lots of sexual behavior measures, but we don't have a lot of kind of psychometric kind of, all of the kind of measures that you would really want around kind of, subjective role expectations and perceived. We do have measures on perceived risk. We do have measures on perceived severity. So there's some things that could be modeled with some of the survey data. But I think vicarious efficacy is something that we are going to be writing about with our qualitative data. So some of that evidence is going to get filled in through the qualitative. Yeah. Yes? Can you say that again a little more loudly? I think I missed the first part of what you were saying.
I was just curious, like, if there were insights from the qualitative work contributing to, like, the central network conclusion.
Mm.
Pretty centrally connected to one another,
Mm-hmm.
despite the fact that there was only like
Mm.
for a lot of these
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Jim might respond differently. For me, I wasn't that surprised at how cohesive they are, just understanding the context of kind of, this is a really rural area. Everybody who's at these living and working at these beach landing sites are there because of their engagement in the fishing industry. So there's already kind of like a shared participation in an economy that kind of everyone's livelihoods revolve around. So both the kind of geographic isolation and the kind of occupational, centrality of one major, and the fact that what you're seeing is just the people who are directly involved in fishing. So there might have been other people kind of scattered around in these communities who were just doing subsistence farming, maybe, and just basically that would be it. It would be either fishing or subsistence farming. So we didn't get just the subsistence farmers and just the shopkeepers around the beach landing sites and so forth. We did get the guys who are the net menders and the mechanics and the boat builders and all of that. Those are fishing associated. But so I think, life revolves around fishing in these places, and I wasn't that surprised. But Jim might have another perspective.
So I was surprised, probably because of my ignorance, but my assumption going into this project was that people are fishing in boats, and if you're stuck in a boat with each other, that's very strong ties, and the boat would be the thing that created these microclusters, and might have a little bit of success over. As it turns out, people don't cluster in a single boat. They go into the beach, they find people they work with all the time, so this thing goes over again, and you don't get that kind of foci around the boat.
Because people are switching crews, because they're also like not just on one boat. So they're switching crews. They might be doing omena fishing, which is like the nighttime lantern fishing, and then they switch to daytime fishing because the omena have gone away and it's Nile perch, and so now they're doing daytime fishing and there's another boat crew. And so it's just like, I think it points to the need for good ethnographic information.
And actually, I think it's partly your contribution to the success of the actual leadership project, because there is so many ways in which social network underlying itself is a lot of potential leaders here, because everyone has certain opportunities. So you kind of layer over it, in Virtua or Poete, it's sort of like, oh, yeah, right. And so it creates this stuff on top of it. And I think I'd also
And I'll just add, in my review of the literature, friendship nomination has, as an approach, has been validated against full sociometric approaches for identifying leaders and been found to be just as effective in the context of, like in the Kim article, large micronutrient campaigns in communities in the Honduras or something. So there have been a small number. There's some empirical evidence that friendship nomination approaches could be as effective. However, no one has looked at this in the context of HIV and other kind of sensitive and stigmatized behavior campaigns. So that's why I felt we still need to do that work. We still need to do. This is why this was so important, because people have not. It's not been done enough in yet in HIV research. So we have to find ways to do it better and more easily. Yes. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm. I mean, I think it depends on the nature of what's being transmitted. I think it depends on the nature of what is being disseminated and what it is that permission is being given about. I actually think it's like about that, because when it's something that has to do with things that you would not want to publicly discuss, then it's the people who are the trusted and close people who are going to be most important, I think, from our data. So if it would be something that is not a very, very close personal kind of matter, like HIV status is something that people don't talk about with other people, not only because of stigma, but also just because of the real emotional content of how do I feel about having a life-threatening chronic illness. Versus, let's talk about how we as parents feel about allowing our daughters to get access to contraception. That's a thing that we can all kind of talk about as parents. Even though we might have strong personal opinions and they might get really heated or emotional, then I think maybe you'd have somebody who's an opinion leader, kind of more traditional opinion leader, saying, it's going to be okay for us to allow them to have access to family planning. Might be a thing versus, So I feel like it's in the nature of what we're the topic of discussion, or the kind of like the specific kind of normative belief. Yes. Mm.
Thank you. Really got me thinking. Do you have a sense how ubiquitous it is that people are aware of HIV using their network, like connections?
I think that people are not, I think that what's been said in this meeting so far is true, that people are not necessarily the most reliable interlocutors when it comes to other people's health status in general. I think that what we saw in this context is, you know, an intervention that resulted in disclosure within those small network clusters, so that probably by the end of it, they would be more reliable than they would have been at the beginning. Does that answer your question?
It does, but if you weren't getting the sense that like very right to start giving someone
So knowing this being in a context of, you know, everybody having lived through, everyone has lost people. Like everyone went through the wave of very high mortality. Every household has been affected. So what has happened in terms of perceptions of severity of HIV disease has really changed since the advent of antiretrovirals, such that now I think you will see lower perceived severity of HIV, especially among younger people, and that being less salient. People still just assume, I mean, so many men were shocked to find that they were HIV negative. So men are kind of like basically assuming that they have HIV because the partnership concurrency levels are super, super high. And by the way, we use a life history calendar, sexual relationship history calendar approach, so we could measure concurrency without having to ask people like the number of women they're sleeping with right now, directly. So we've been able to get much, and I use this in my prior work too. So we see much higher concurrency levels than you get from like the AIDS impact surveys. So they know they're engaging in higher risk sexual behavior, and they know they're at risk of HIV, and they assume they're HIV positive, and they can't believe they're not HIV positive. So sometimes they're just avoiding testing because they just don't want to have the confirmation. So, and then they're shocked when they test negative. So I don't think I'm directly answering your question. Yeah. 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 Yeah, right. So, I mean, the thing is that they don't want to know that they're HIV positive, but less now because 10 years ago, they thought it meant sudden death. Now it's just like, I am so not interested in having to take that daily pill regimen. This is going to be so burdensome, But then there's plenty of people who are around them and they're like, I'm taking my medications out on the boat in the middle of the lake and it's normal and you'll be fine. And so things have been changing. There's another article that I wrote on, it was in Social Science and Medicine, on pathways for reductions of HIV stigma in the context of HIV test and treat trials, where we showed our kind of what we think are kind of mechanisms of action through which stigma would reduce through our years of qualitative research in the region.
I think we should probably wrap it up with that. Give people a chance to go to the bathroom. Chance to get the blood moving in our lives again and then come back and forth.
I think that was really good presentation.
Thank you.
So I have
Thanks.
a question. How did you collect data on the types of relationship between the people? I know they could mention names, but you said some of them had like 4 kind of relationship. Or
Yeah,
6.
we just said, now give me the names of the people that you hang out with after work, that you go and relax with, or give me the names of the people, and they would give the names up to 6 guys.
Okay.
And so they would often give the same names
Yes.
for the different questions. So it's just like the regular name generator approach.
And then
So
you mentioned how many types of relationship between each of them.
yeah, so in other words, so each of those ties between this person and that person, had a type of, that was identified through we work together, or we relax together, or we share food, or we talk about health issues, or et cetera.
So kind of qualitative in nature?
No, it's a survey, you know. Name generators are things used that everybody uses in this field. So they all, there's a standard, you know, there's standard ones that people have used. And we just added some that were kind of unique to the fishing industry, like the guys that you work in a boat with. And we just added 1 or 2 unique ones. But otherwise, we were using the standard ones that Jem and
Allison is an assistant professor in the Department of Obstetrics, Gynecology. I can actually. There's one of the sort of medical fields, and she is also at the K Award that she's been working on these things, and is working on numerous other projects and grants that are under review or in progress. So Allison, take it away. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I'm an assistant professor in the Department of Obstetrics, Gynecology, and Reproductive Sciences at UCSF. So today I'll be presenting our research looking at support and perceived contraceptive use among alters and their effects on contraceptive behaviors among women in rural Uganda. And our team has decided to call this the Akakwate study, which is support coming from your friends and family. So I like to start with this image. This is my friend Bori. Coming out of college, I was a Peace Corps volunteer for 2 years in Madagascar. And I spent a lot of my time there just sitting with women, getting to know them, talking to them, learning about their lives. And then eventually I became really close with Bori, and just hearing about her aspirations for her family. And eventually when we became close enough, she started asking me questions about contraception, because she knew I was a health volunteer, so I shared what I knew. But then I really said, you should really go see the Rasazi, the local nurse. She'll tell you everything about the different methods, the potential side effects. And then a while later, we started talking about contraception again. And Bori had said, well, no, I didn't go to the Rasazi. Actually, I went to my sister's. And it was clear that she really wanted to hear from her sisters and their experience using contraception. And one of them had been using the injectable and had had some bad side effects, and that really stuck in her mind. And so just this conversation in particular just really struck me how important people's social networks are. And they have access to the nurse or the doctor, but they really want to go to their sister, their female friend, or their mothers and ask them about their experience. And so that was way back when I was a Peace Corps volunteer, and this has really informed my research through today. I also like starting with this slide. I know we usually end with them, but I think sometimes we give them short shrift. And it's also to point out that there's a number of collaborators that are because of this training program. So Sarah Pyombo, 2 years ago, I was talking with Tom. He said he had an amazing graduate student interested in similar research. And then ever since then, she and I have been doing a lot of projects together, and it's been this amazing collaboration. And then there's Jim Moody. I knew him first by reputation. And then I had to resubmit my K and improve the social network analyses, so I asked him if he'd be my mentor. And now many years later, we just submitted my first R1 together to build on this research. And then Carol Camlin, who's been my mentor at UCSF for several years now. I'm also really grateful for the Uganda team that I've been working with over the past several years. And this research is funded through a K01 from NICHD and the UCSF Population Health and Health Equity Fellows Program. Okay, so in terms of background, almost half of married reproductive age women in Uganda want to avoid pregnancy, and then another third are undecided if they want to become pregnant or not. Yet only 37% are currently using modern contraception. And right now, about the current fertility rate is around 5 children per woman in Uganda. We know that universal access to contraceptive services is a key priority for the Sustainable Development Goals. Ensuring women have access to desired contraceptive services supports their reproductive autonomy, and will also help contribute to reducing the persistently high rate of maternal mortality. We know there's several factors at different levels that affect contraceptive use. So at the individual level, for example, there's still lack of correct knowledge about different methods, including a lot of misperceptions. Then we have these interpersonal barriers, including women's lack of autonomy, couples' discordance about fertility preferences, and then social norms about contraceptive use. And then we have structural barriers, including lack of access to confidential, high-quality services, transportation barrier, and availability and affordability of these services. So I've been always really interested in the role that social networks can play, and we know they can affect contraceptive outcomes through different mechanisms. So it could be social influence, peer modeling. I learned from my friend, her experience using a different method, and that might make me more likely to adopt that method. Social norms, how supportive is your social network for related to contraceptive use. Is no one using in your network? Are most people using? And then overall social support, informational support, emotional support, instrumental support. So there is actually a lot of research looking at social networks and their relationship with contraceptive outcomes. And a lot of the studies find this positive association. If your alters are using, the ego is more likely to use. However, there's a lot of limitations to most of the studies looking at this. They're mostly cross-sectional. They don't account for potential homophily. And they're also not exploring the mechanisms. Is it through peer effects, through social norms, or another mechanism? The most rigorous evidence, interestingly, I think is quite dated. So there's a study from Berman et al. In Kenya using longitudinal data, and then Valente and Saba in Bolivia in 2001. So they're the more rigorous findings, but they're dated and it's 2-country contexts. So this is not research that I'm presenting today, but that we just completed and it's under review, where we wanted to identify how is social influence happening for contraceptive use. And we applied a stochastic actor-oriented model, which we heard about from David Schaefer yesterday, using a 2-mode network where women can select into what method they're using or not using a method, and adjusting for factors affecting social tie formation. And we did find a strong social influence effect. So partnered women were about 1.3 times more likely to use a method that their alter was already using in the prior period. And this was 3 waves of sociocentric data in rural Uganda. We also found that partnered women were about 1.3 times more likely to use methods that were already popular in their network, as opposed to the less popular methods. So I was very excited about this research. A stochastic actor-oriented model hasn't been applied to this topic yet, and we're showing a strong social influence effect. So now we wanted to build on this work and look at what is the mechanism. Is it more through, what is it? How are alters affecting ego's contraceptive outcomes? And so our study is really inspired by Tom's study, which is dated in 1997 from Cameroon, which I've always found super interesting, where he looks at different aspects of alters' behavior. And they find that alter who encourage contraceptive use, that's an important predictor for ego's contraceptive use. And then because they have data from the alters, are they actually using, they can look at perceptions of alters' use and the alters' actual use and compare that. And it looks like perceptions matter, even if those perceptions are not right. So I've always found the study super interesting, and there's never, to my knowledge, it hasn't been replicated. So our study is inspired by this. More recently, the field in reproductive health is adjusting how we look at these outcomes. So we don't want to just look at contraceptive use. We want to see, is their use preference aligned? So for women who are using contraception, it's preference aligned if they're using their preferred method. So I want to use the pill, and I'm using the pill. So that's preference aligned. Non-preference aligned is a woman who's using a method, but either wants to switch, and she might face barriers to switching, or she doesn't want to be using anymore, but might face barriers to like removing an IUD, for example. And then you have women not using methods, but they may not be using a method and they don't want to. Maybe they don't want to use contraception, or they're trying to become pregnant. And then you have women who are not using but want to use, so that's not preference aligned. So this is where we're trying to improve on the past studies and use these measures of overall contraceptive use. Among users, is it using your preferred method? And then among non-users, wanting to start using versus not wanting to start. Okay, so our question is, we're looking at, do social networks contribute to contraceptive outcomes through alters' use of contraceptive methods, the ego's perceptions of alters' use, and or alter supportiveness for contraception? And then we're using these preference-aligned fertility management outcomes. It's a mouthful, but they're coming up with the name. We're in the process. Okay, so for our methods, this is a sociocentric study, so where we interviewed all women of reproductive age across Nyakabare Parish, which is comprised of 8 villages in southwest Uganda. So it's all reproductive age women. And when we interviewed the egos, we asked them to report on are you currently using contraception? Do you want to be using contraception? And if you are you using your desired method? And then we have a name generator to get up to information on up to 6 alters in their health network. So this could be men and women that they nominate. And then among the female alters, we ask the ego, do you think she's using contraception? And would she be supportive of you using contraception? And by virtue of being a sociocentric network study, we have the alter's actual use. So we can do this comparison between perceptions of the alter's use and actual alter use. Something I didn't put on the slide, but that's unique, I think, about our study, is when we're doing the name generator, we have, when they nominate someone, we have a lookup function where they can actually match the person with a photo. We've been doing these data collection for many years now, so we have everyone in the system. So when you say, I rely on Hadija, and they pick up all the people called Hadija in the parish, so we can match the correct Hadija, because otherwise name matching can be a disaster, especially in these settings where you might go by different names. So that's one of the beauties, is this is the exact person that they're nominating. Okay, so our primary outcomes are current contraceptive use. Among those using, are they using their preferred method versus wanting to switch or stop? And then among those not using, do they want to start using as opposed to not wanting to use? So our predictors of interest are out degree, numbers of alters actually using contraception, number of alters perceived by the ego to be using contraception, and the number of alters supportive of contraceptive use. And then we have covariate adjustment for a lot of ego level characteristics, including how many children she already has, intention to have more children, couples desired fertility if there's discordance, and then contraceptive decision making if they are partnered, so who makes that decision. We use a generalized linear model to estimate adjusted odds ratios. Okay, so these are the characteristics of our sample. So on average, they're 33 years old. They've had almost 4 children so far. You can see almost half want to have more children. Half have completed primary education. And then 12% self-report living with HIV. So this is high. It's a high prevalence setting in terms of HIV. And then in terms of contraceptive use, 62% are currently using. Among the users, most of them are using the method they want to be using. However, what's interesting is among the non-users, 85% want to start using. And then in terms of their network characteristics, they nominate on average two other people. And this is the female alters that we restricted it to. So 2 other women in their network. About 43% of alters are actually using contraception in their network. Perceived to be using is a little higher, 55%. And then you can see there's high perceived alter support for contraceptive use. And then this is the interesting part. How correct are these perceptions? So almost 3/4 are correct. What they think their alter is doing is what the alter is reporting to be doing in terms of contraceptive use. 17% are overestimating, think their alter is using when she's not actually using. And then 7% don't think their alter is using when she's actually using contraception. And then we have 66% of alters where we have no self-report. And this is because, this is one of the interesting findings from the study, is that a lot of them are nominating older women, so out of the reproductive age category, as influential in their health network. So those women could be supportive of contraceptive use, but they're not actually contraceptive users because they're older. So that's why they don't go into here, but they are important in the network. So here is our sociogram. And maybe it lives up to Jim's measure of beauty for sociograms. I think it's quite beautiful. So to walk you through it, so these are all women of reproductive age across the 8 villages. So in green are women who are not using a method, don't want to start using. Blue, they're not using, but they want to start using a method. So like that node is interesting. And then orange, she's using, but she wants to switch or stop. And then the pink are using, and they're happy with what they're using. And then they're sized by in degree. So a lot of people seem to be going to this person for health advice. You can see who these nodes are that a lot more women are going to for health advice. What's interesting is it looks like there's a lot of isolates, that they don't have a health network. But when we add these older women, who are not egos in our study, but they're reported on as alters, as important, a lot of women are turning to these older women for health information. And you can see, for example, she's really important here, this elder woman. And I think in terms of next steps, it's important to consider who are these older women? Why are they so important in terms of women's health? Why are they being sought out for advice? And they could be important disseminators of correct information. Okay, so this is our first model. So we're adjusting for all these ego level characteristics, and at the top are our network characteristics. So you see out degree is negatively associated with contraceptive use. And it's something that Tom brought. So high out degree, people are seeking out information from a lot of people. They could get a lot of diverse information, but they don't seem to be as likely to adopt as people having smaller networks, maybe more on the periphery, who might be more free to use contraception than someone that might be more constrained by their network. So out degree is negatively associated with contraceptive use. And then we find that for each additional supportive alter, they're almost have three times higher odds of using contraception. So alter supportiveness is super important. This finding that she makes her decision alone as opposed to with a partner or he makes the decision is confusing to us because it's not clear why she's less likely to use if she makes that decision alone and maybe doesn't have to negotiate with her partner. So we're trying to figure that finding out. Okay, so this is that first model. We do the same model, but now looking at perceived use among alters. That's also positively predictive of contraceptive use. So you have more alters that you think are using contraception, you're more likely to use it. And then we have actual use among alters. This is only significant at the 10% level, so it's suggestive that actual use also matters, but it's just at the 10% level. So here we're combining everything in the same model. And what really stands out is it seems to be really having supportive alters is what's most important in terms of predicting current use of contraception. So this is a predicted probability from those results. You see each additional alter who's supportive of contraceptive use much more likely to be using contraception. And then here we graphed it. Conditional or having 0 alters using, 1 alter, 2 alters. There's like small bumps up. We can't distinguish them from each other, but again, you see this like clear trajectory from having supportive alters on your contraceptive use. And so now we're looking at, among women who are using contraception, are there social network predictors of using your preferred method? And we don't find effects here. So all these different characteristics coming from the alters, we don't find effects here. But what's interesting is these are among the non-users. And you remember a lot want to start using. So it suggests that it's at the 10% level, but I still think it's interesting. It's alters, having alters in your network who are actually using contraception is suggestive of wanting to start using. So having those examples of you, I'm not using, but if I have alters who are using, there's suggestive evidence that that's influencing me to want to start. And then here, among non-users, if she makes her decision on her own, much more likely to want to start using. Okay, so in conclusion, so it seems to be what matters most is having supportive alters as opposed to alters who are using or perceived to be using. Actual use, women who are not using, it seems for them it might be drawing on their alters experience of actually using methods. That seems to be important. And then that interesting finding of the more central individuals are less likely to be using compared to ones with smaller networks, maybe more on the periphery, that might have more freedom to adopt a behavior or not. And then this really interesting finding about older alters being important sources of information and support for contraceptive use. So we want to look into that more because I think that's a really interesting and not a finding I was expecting. So in terms of like my next steps thinking about this research, we want to figure out who these central nodes are, who these influencers are that everyone's going to for advice. I'm really interested in the idea of seeding information, seeing how it spreads. So who are those central nodes? The importance of these elders. I want to go back to our stochastic actor-oriented model. The data we had was just among partnered women, which is a huge limitation because we're not looking at unpartnered women, and it's important to look at them also. So in future research, we want to replicate it, but among all reproductive age women. And then, understanding who is best placed to seed correct information, because there's still a lot of misperceptions. And that's a big driver of why women are reluctant to use a method, even though they want to be using a method. Voila.
That's great. All right, questions and comments for Allison?
This is super interesting. You had the statistic of like of those lines, the method of not users like these or 8%.
Mm-hmm.
I was curious like what the time dynamics are like of like is it typically that women like have children and then want contraception, or they mix it on and off like between children, like to what extent is that 85% like or use that baby and I want you to get back on, or is it do you have any idea of how that?
Yeah, no, that's a good question. Our data don't, like this is more anecdotally. I think women cycle on and off. They want to, maybe they get married but delay it a bit, have a child, they want to have more birth spacing. There's definitely a preference for having like 5 children. Men want to have slightly more than the woman. But I think they want to go on the method just to delay it a bit, and so I don't have so many young children, is what they say. Yeah.
Even though it's like a village or villages, like that's still challenging to like this picture thing, like in terms of ethics and in terms of logistics and things of that nature. I feel like it's brilliant. I don't know if you have used it. It's my first time. So how did you do that?
Yes, so I think that's one of the beauties of the study, because there's a lot of mismatch if you're trying to match on names, and in these contexts, the names are super long and it's hard to match. There's a whole consent process. So like when you consent into the study, you consent to be part of the study, you consent to have your photo taken, knowing that the other villagers will see it. I think that's why like it's all villagers. So it's not like, I have another study that's just looking at women living with HIV. Like you don't want to just show a subset of the population with a certain condition. So it's definitely, it's the whole, everyone's on there. And so there's a lookup function. They consent to be on there. So I think we've gotten through, like we've thought about the ethics of it, and it's just all villagers. It's not self-selecting because you have a certain behavior or not. But I do think it's really unique, and it's been really helpful. And this is like the parent study is longitudinal, and we're 10 years into it. So like the study participants are used to this. Like there's a lot of like community buy-in, and yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh, sorry, we need. I see now.
Sorry.
Thank you. Is it okay if it's covered?
Yeah, try to protect the
really pleased to introduce Dana. Many of you know Dana for returners because Dana used to be the postdoc on this very grade.
3 years, yeah.
Yeah, so that's great. And then she, abandoned me in order to become a faculty member. I can't imagine why.
But I have not gone far. I'm still very intertwined, yeah.
She's here, an assistant professor too, and is doing work on both the epidemiology side of things, but also really interesting work on genetic things. We're probably not going to talk about that today. Off we go.
Okay, thank you.
I might stick behind you and adjust levels if we get here.
Okay, that sounds good. Yeah, how levels, okay? All right. Yay, thank you. It's not as much fun as jazz hands yesterday. But so as Jim said, I'm an infectious disease epidemiologist by training. I was Jim's postdoc here in sociology for about 3 years. I made the transition during pandemic times, so it's a really, really weird thing. And I'm going to talk about a study that Jim and I and many other collaborators at Duke started running in summer 2020. It was CDC funded. And as Tom was saying earlier, snowball sampling is basically the process that's being used during contact tracing, but there's an element of discrimination where they're not tracing all contacts. You want to try to follow the positive contacts through the community. And so it basically is discriminative snowball sampling. And so what we were doing in this study, if you remember what it was like, was we were trying to use network methodology and inserting technology into the process to see if we could add some efficiency to contact tracing. So this is the moment that we were living in when we got the study off the ground. So at this time, 90% of the cases in the neighboring county had no known source. PCR testing was scarce. It's when you were still being given, a queue to get in if you needed to get testing. And then it was days to get tested, get your results, and then it was relying on a lot of people to isolate. So contact tracing is what we call a ring containment strategy. And so what you're trying to do is you're trying to isolate an infection in a network so that it has nowhere else to go. Vaccination is another ring containment strategy. What you're trying to do is you're trying to decrease the number of susceptible people in a network so that if an infection enters, there's nowhere else for it to go. So contact tracing is a multi-step ring containment strategy because you have to identify the people at risk, you have to get them tested, you have to get them resulted, and then you're relying on them to isolate for it to be effective, or you're treating them until they're not infectious anymore. So contact tracing itself was refined over decades for infections that do not move, like SARS-CoV-2. It was mostly for STIs, tuberculosis, things like that. And so it's not optimized for an infection that has a lot of pre-symptomatic and asymptomatic transmission. So you don't know who is infectious at the time that they need testing. You've lost that signal. It has a very short serial interval, which is the time from when you are infected until you can infect someone else, until you are infectious. And then, there were just so many people. It's a casually transmitted infection. So we wanted to see if we could make some improvements. So we developed a platform, an electronic platform, to take a lot of the burden of the person time off of the contact tracing. We were also going to use a snowball sampling method, and we wanted to look at engagement with the method that we were measuring with the number of contacts that were actually described by the enrollees, the number of peers that they actually recruited, and then we were also aiming for a demographic match to both the cases that we believed to be infected, knowing that those data were very, very poor, and also our background population, which was Durham County. So the city of Durham, where we are now, is inside the county of Durham, which is actually an incredibly diverse, incredibly interesting county. So there's a wide range of educational attainment. About a quarter of the Durham County residents have a graduate degree, a master's degree or higher. And then another quarter of adults aged 25 and older have high school equivalent or lower. There's a wide range of economic statuses, and about 55 or 58% of the county identifies as non-white. So we were trying to make sure that we weren't, exacerbating a problem where we were starting at Duke University in our health system and only tracing the people that probably already had access to testing. And then we had a couple of markers that we were using for efficiency in contact tracing. So we wanted to know how long it took to collect the information from people and then get to our next wave of participants. And then we wanted to exceed, one of our big markers was exceeding the percent positivity when we were testing people, because in the context, especially of limited resources, and when you're trying to find people who are positive, there's a lot less value in a negative test than there is in a positive test. And this is compounded for an infection where we have a lot of pre-symptomatic transmission. We don't know when someone's serial interval started. So you can have a negative test that's actually a false negative because you tested them too early or too late. So we were using kind of a network-informed selection based on where people said that they went and who they interacted with to try to decide who should get testing. So we were discriminating that as well. So our seeds or snowball starters were first diagnosed at a Duke University health system site. They had to be adult residents of Durham County. This is an academic medical center, and in our electronic health record, we have a marker for you've opted out of research, so we excluded those people off the bat. And then they also had to be notified of their infection. So we didn't want them to get an email from us that was like, you have COVID, and they didn't already know that because especially in 2020, it was a really frightening diagnosis. Our WAVE participants, or our peers, had to be recruited by another study participant, a seed or a peer, and then they had to be geographically close enough to Durham County that we could sample them. So when we first got started, there was no research clinic for testing. So we worked with a research clinic here, they agreed to do our sampling, and then we actually sent the people in the spacesuits out to their houses so that they could get sampled, which actually worked really well. And then once testing became more available, the participants started reporting that their neighbors were taking pictures of the people going in and out of their houses in the spacesuits, and it wasn't so cool anymore. But then they actually stood up a research clinic, so we gave participants the option of going into a clinic to get sampled or to still have the spacesuit people who didn't have like the positive air pressure suits. They were just masked up and everything at that point. And then since we have a lot of Spanish-speaking residents in Durham County, we had completely parallel pathways that were English language or Spanish language from start to finish, and then we also had Spanish-speaking clinical research coordinators. So most of the people who were recruited were given 3 to 5 coupons for recruiting their peers, but then people who were in congregate living, they had a lot more indicators that they were working out in the community, or they had a lot more contacts, they were highly symptomatic, or their PCR showed that they might have been more infectious, or they were part of an underrepresented group in research. Those people were given more coupons for recruitment. So everyone took a one-time survey that basically approximated what you would give to a contact tracer. We also collected other questions that had social or economic indicators of access or constraints to isolation. And then we had a module for health beliefs and behaviors as well. And then our peers, we didn't know their SARS-CoV-2 status. They had a PCR where we tested a full respiratory pathogen panel so we could disambiguate symptomatic people who were SARS-CoV-2 negative. We even know what they might have had. We did antibody testing, and then once rapid tests were available, we started using those as well. So the first thing that we did was we built this electronic platform. It ingested eligible cases from the health system at 2 a.m. every day. It was everyone who had a positive test that day, didn't opt out of research, and had known that they viewed their results in MyChart. So it allowed us to then review the seed report, and then we were able to select based on the sociodemographic characteristics that we were interested in, and then we had an IRB approved email that would direct people to our electronic platform where they could do their consent and their survey right in the platform. It also did all the housekeeping for us. It generated these unique 4-word tokens that we could give to people, and that's how you recruited, so that it wasn't this long hexadecimal weird code or anything that you had to give to people. And it tracked our parent-child lineages through the recruitment chains for us. And it also expired the coupons for us. We didn't want anyone to show up outside of their window and decide that they wanted to participate. And the code for this, I'll show a link at the end. It's up on GitHub. It's freely available. That was part of the deal with the CDC funding, was that we would build this platform, and it's available. So I said that we varied the coupons so that we could try to get to what we were looking for in our background population. So this is just a comparison of the demographic profile of Duke County versus our participants. So the dark blue bar all the way on the left is Durham County, and then the gray bar on the right are those that completed the survey. So, you know, we definitely had some losses when we got to Black or African American and Hispanic or Latinx participants, and I will definitely talk about that further. So one of our metrics was how quickly we could get information from people. So I'm sorry that this is like all the way at the bottom of the slide, but basically within 3 days of someone getting their positive test, we had 2/3 of our participants basically completed a contact tracing survey, and that was without having to talk to anyone. So that was one of the absolute big wins in this study. And then we saw something similar with our peer participants, that the people who actually engaged with the system and they validated their coupons, they then completed, most of them, their consent and their survey on the same day. So we were really able to get to the people that we needed to get to very, very quickly. But then, once we got to the person-intensive steps, like we needed someone to be sampled, and then we needed to get the results back from the lab, that's where we really bogged down. So the lab that we were using was a research lab, but they were on overflow if there were a lot of tests for the health system, or if we had like a surge among the students, and that, you know, happened in waves. And then, you know, rightfully, they were deprioritizing research sampling. So we lost a lot of time there getting further through the chains where we could, you know, get people their results and then get their contacts. A lot of people were then out of the window for when we could have, you know, reasonably tested their contacts and then found some way to isolate them. So after the fact, and I know that this is like a classic example of a terrible looking network, but yeah, so I mean, there's gotta be one. I'm not showing the karate network, I'm showing this, you know, hairball instead. But so at the end, you know, we enrolled about 500 people, and then they described another 2,000 people that were community contacts. So we did some social network analyses with that. We also modeled secondary transmission within the households, and then looked at transmission and recruitment between and within households as well. So, you know, the diagrams got a lot more fun when we were zooming in on smaller levels. And then some of the mixing analyses that we were looking at, and this is actually in Brea's book, this is a Euclidean distance measure. And what you're doing here is that it's the average distance for a continuous measure between the respondent and then the people that the respondent is describing. It's a mean square difference. And so it's, in this case, we were looking at ages, so it's the variation in ages in any respondent's network with respect to the respondent's age. So in this slide, on both graphs, we have the respondent's age on the x-axis. In the left, it's the distribution of the ages of the contacts. So, you know, you can see that 20 to 29-year-olds mostly mixed with 20 to 29-year-olds. And then on the right, we have the Euclidean distance measure. So correspondingly, the median Euclidean distance for the 20 to 29-year-olds is very, very low, because there was not a lot of variation in ages among those networks. And again, I am very sorry this is at the bottom, but these slides are in the Thursday folder. So this is, yeah, so if you have a low Euclidean distance, it's a similar age range around the respondent, and then if it's high, cannot get to the mouse here, but so these box plots are the Euclidean distances of the contacts' ages across a variety of socio-demographic characteristics. So this is the age on the right is the same one that we were just looking at in the prior slide. But what we can see here is that among our non-binary participants, that the median Euclidean distance is very, very close to 0. That means that for half of our non-binary respondents, there was like little to no span of ages. They all had very, very similar ages in their network. There was not a lot of mixing across age bands. But we can see that for our Black or African American participants, there was a much, much wider range of ages, and we can see that by the higher Euclidean distance measures. And so what this is telling us is that our Black or African American participants were mixing with people across a wider range of ages. And it was a mix of both workplace and caregiving familial ties. So one of the things that we're looking at now is different ways that we can leverage some of these patterns to increase recruitment in future studies. If we understand these mixing patterns in the community, how can we leverage some of that trust, because that's what you're doing in a link tracing design, is you're leveraging trust from one person to another to try to figure out who we can recruit so that we can get to some of the people that are historically excluded from research. So continuing with this idea, we're looking at the social contact and social mixing among people by gender. So we've got the respondent's gender on the x-axis, and then the gender of contacts are the proportion bars. And so Durham County is the proportion of gender in Durham County is all the way on the left, and then our respondents by male, female, or non-binary self-identification. And you can see that our non-binary participants were much more likely to report non-binary contacts, so far exceeding what you would see in the county, and it appears that there is some amount of preferential mixing there. So in this case, the RDS, when you're thinking about a marginalized or a very small population, is behaving the way that one would expect, which is you're getting into that population, and then we did see a lot of recruitment among non-binary participants to each other. That was one of the, multi-wave participant diagrams that we saw. But one of the things that we were primarily interested in was ethnicity, race, because that is an issue in this county, especially when it comes to access to resources, and then access to care and things like that. So here we have, along the x-axis, is the respondent's self-identified ethnicity and race. So the bar on the left is the proportion that reported giving out contacts or giving out coupons, trying to actually recruit anyone. And then it's followed by the proportion of their respondents, and this is their respondents, their contacts could have been any ethnicity and race, who actually engaged with the system and came in and validated a coupon, and then perhaps went on to enroll or complete the survey. And the bar on the right is survey completion. So if you look at, is this thing on? Yep. So our Asian and Black or African American, around 60% of our respondents said that they actually did try to recruit people, but then there was a very big drop in engagement among the contacts of our Black or African participants who actually tried to enroll in the study afterward. If we look at our white or multiracial respondents, around half of them said that they actually tried to recruit someone else, and there were some drops there, not as significant as it was going down to the Black or African American respondents whose contacts decided not to enroll in the study. However, if we were looking at our Hispanic or Latinx participants, very, very few of them went on to try to recruit anyone else into the study. And so this is something where I should probably talk to Carol about some ethnographic analyses to figure out what might be going on here. So if we do look at the mean context, though, our Asian respondents actually had fewer than other respondents, despite having more people trying to enroll, trying to attempt recruitment. But we also observed, and we thought that this was interesting, a very different balance of contact types across ethnicities and races. So in Durham County, a lot of our Black and African American residents have been here for generations. But our, and so it's not surprising that, they described a lot more family ties, because there are, oh my God. Losing the word. You've got like multiple different households that are related to each other. Whereas a lot of our Asian respondents are engaged with one of the universities, so they might come here with a direct household member, but they don't have any extended family members with them either. So it's not surprising that they would be less likely to report that there were family ties in their network. And so the next thing that we would probably do in future work would be to say, if is this one of the drivers to recruitment? What might be going on here? Is it historical mistrust? And then we also looked at mixing across age bands by the contacts described and then their peer referrals. So this is a weighted directed representation where the circles are the respondents, and then the edge thickness is the number of ties that went out from that color group into another color group. So you can see that there's a lot of loops There's a self-loop here where our 20 to 29-year-olds were very, very likely to recruit other 20 to 29-year-olds or describe other to 20, 29-year-olds. So this is, their network, and then this is their recruitment. And so what we were interested in here is how this differed between context described and peer referrals, and what this tells us about the age mixing in the community and the ability to bring some of these infections to a more vulnerable, a very young or a very old group. And that's one of the things that we were looking at when we were thinking about the Black or African American participants. So if you think about something like pertussis, what you're doing is you're vaccinating the caregivers of infants who can't be vaccinated to try to protect them. So it's not a new idea. But if you look at the idea that our Black or African American participants were much more likely to mix with people who are much older or much younger because people were caregiving in both directions, then from a public health perspective, vaccinating a Black adult in Durham County might have a greater public health benefit in stopping infections that have a higher likelihood of severe issues in the very young or the very old. So the last thing that we're working on, and we're working on this currently, is trying to figure out what our gateway populations are. So who can we recruit so that we can get to the populations of interest? And we saw that with our non-binary participants, we kind of got in that network and it was able to work. If there was another question of interest that was specific to issues in that community, then that would be a great way to do it. It's exactly what you're looking for in a traditional RDS. But we're also trying to play with what are some of the other node or edge characteristics that, one or two steps away from that community, it might be a group that is more easily enrolled that can lead us into a community leveraging that trust between participants, which is the purpose of a lot of these link tracing designs. But the difficulty here is making sure that you're not doing it from a group that's already over-enrolled, so you have too many people that you're working on, so that you have, if I wouldn't want to start with white people in their 40s because so few of their links go on to the group that we want. So it's balancing the amount of enrollment to get into the community that we're interested in. And then the other issue is, we are leveraging family ties, but you can't really enroll people based on an edge characteristic if you're looking for a cohort. So we've still got to get it back to a node characteristic. And that is it. I think I kind of blazed through that. So I don't know if there are any questions. This was CDC funded, but I was supported by the same R25 as you all are here for the workshop when I was Jim's postdoc. So I definitely want to acknowledge both of those awards. And then we've got some de-identified data on the DNAC website. We've got some of the social mixing code to create some of these graphs, and then a link to the final report that we submitted to CDC, which has many more results. And then if you are interested in using the Snowball platform, there's also a link to the API and UI on GitHub, and that's freely available. So, yeah.
Those of you that do medical-based research, I think one of the data might have just undersold here. The Snowball platform works well with all the systems.
Yeah. Yep. So it is. It meets fire standards. We were allowed to use it with our IRB, which does not play for all of our consent and our recruitment. So, yeah. Yeah. I mean, it was from start to finish. They were in the electronic platform, and we were integrated with our health system. It is, agnostic to cloud service. It's actually a pretty great flexible system. So, thank you.
Other substantive questions. How big is
It's okay if not. It's freezing. I know. We're all, on day 3. Yeah. Yep. Right. Oh, that's fascinating. Okay. Right. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. That is not something we had considered. We were making the assumption, and we were working with, community groups as well. And so what we were assuming was that a lot of it was stigma. So going back to 2020, 2021, this was, we were still having people isolate. And so a lot of people were more afraid, especially in, certain workplaces, to actually acknowledge essentially that they were infected. And then if they had someone else, then the whole work site would be required to stay home and quarantine. And then there was an economic hit. So that was what we were thinking at certain parts of the pandemic, why we were having trouble with the chains going on, even if people were willing to engage with us for the survey. Yeah, but I hadn't considered the, the reciprocity there, or the expectation. Yeah. Okay. Right. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Right. Did you have a question as well? Okay. Right. 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 Yep. Right. Right. Yeah. So we did say that we were CDC funded, but we also did have a certificate of confidentiality from HHS, which was in our consent as well. And we explained what that was. So I don't know if that was helpful or not. Yeah. It could have. Yeah, that's true. Right. Yeah. Hmm. Right. Right. Yep. Mhm. Right. 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 All right. Oh.
You know where the slide button is on this new layout?
Oh, wow. They changed it again, huh?
Yeah.
Is it that one there to just make it full screen? Oh, so that's full screen, but it's not showing there.
Thank you, Dana, sorry.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's it. That's
that all right?
That's no. If you go move it up to here,
Yep.
and it shows up on the screen there, and then we'll do the full screen.
Right, then I can just go over there, there we go.
And then we need to get back to that full screen. Maybe maximize it and then do full screen. Yeah. Oh,
There
okay.
we go, all right.
Sorry
Let's
about
get-
that.
No, it's
Yeah.
good, let's get you, so one mic for the room, and the more this points at you, the louder it is, so that's sort of depending on how loud you talk, but closer or further from your voice.
I can talk pretty loud.
Good. This one's for the video recording.
Where do we put that?
Just like that right here.
Oh, well.
All right. Put that in the pocket. Okay. All right. Sorry, we had a little technical difficulty with the PDF here. So, it'll work great. Dan Reagan is our next speaker. Dan is a former fellow as well here in the program. He's also a collaborator that I've been working with many years through Penn State and a few others. And he's now assistant professor of sociology and criminology at University of New Mexico.
Yes.
Correct? He also has the best email of anyone because his email is Dragon. Anyway, Dan, thank you.
Great. Thanks so much, Jim. I'm really happy to be here and excited to share this work. The work that I'm presenting today, I'm going to call Prosper Geo, and I'm going to pitch it as a way to study friendship networks, community contexts, and adolescent health. One thing that's a little bit different is that this is a newer project, and so I don't have results yet. But that also means that I am very open to suggestions and feedback about this project. So to begin, I study adolescent problem and health behavior. The majority of my work is on adolescent drug and alcohol use, but I also study related health behaviors like delinquency and depressive symptoms. I probably don't need to tell anyone in this room that social networks seem to matter for understanding these behaviors. Individuals influence each other's health behaviors through a variety of mechanisms, and these behaviors also play a role in shaping the networks. They help to determine who is friends with whom. Similarly, we also know that community context matters for problem and health behaviors. The traditional focus of the neighborhood effects literature was on the structural characteristics of neighborhoods, looking at things like poverty and residential mobility and how they seem to predict different health outcomes. And that literature has now developed a little bit, and so it retains that focus, but it's also considered other things. So for example, institutional resources seem to matter. Different neighborhood and community institutions also seem to matter in terms of shaping behavior. So I'm going to argue that if we want to understand adolescent problem and health behaviors, that we need to consider both friendship networks and community context. And that's being driven by two observations. And so the first observation is pretty obvious and probably not especially interesting. It's that if we know that friendship networks matter, and if we know that community context matters, then we need to consider both in order to pursue this full understanding of social determinants of health. But the other observation that is a little less obvious, maybe a little underappreciated, and probably more important, is that the community context literature often very explicitly recognizes those networks as the reason that communities matter. So if we think back to the traditional work on social disorganization theory, there's this observation that neighborhoods that had higher levels of poverty and more residential mobility had higher crime rates. But the argument wasn't that the people who lived there just had like something inherently wrong with them. Instead, it was the argument that like, hey, in these neighborhoods, the individuals are less able to supervise teenage peer groups. and those teenage peer groups are engaging in delinquency, and that's what's causing crime. Or if we look at some of the health literature, it says that neighborhood institutions matter. They shape norms, they shape values, they provide social control. But we know that adolescents spend a lot of time in peer groups as they exit childhood, which means that those neighborhood institutions and resources, they should matter for the entire group, not just for individuals. Right. So I'm not the first person who's noticed this. I don't think it's particularly controversial. And yet, if we look at the existing research that explicitly links neighborhoods and friendships, that existing research is pretty modest. And I think the simplest explanation for why that research tends to be fairly modest is simply that a lot of the data that we have is really well suited for capturing either neighborhood effects or friendship network effects, and it's not always ideal for capturing the interplay between them. And so as just like a little bit of exercise to think about like, well, how do I study friendship network dynamics, and are those data then a good way to study neighborhood effects? So if you're someone like myself and you're saying like, okay, well, I want to study adolescent drug and alcohol use, I want to study adolescent friendship networks, how do you do that? I would say, well, you know, most drug and alcohol use isn't going to come to the attention of parents or teachers or law enforcement or public health officials. You know, but if we ask students, they will tell us. So we'll just use self-report. Same way with collecting information about their friendships. We'll just ask them who their friends are. Well, if we're interested in community processes, self-reports become a little bit more problematic. They probably do matter for things like community safety, but if we're interested in community measures of, say, residential stability, or we want to know counts of resources that are in the communities, a teenager's reports of those might not be the most reliable measures. If we think about how do we select a sample, if you're someone like me who's interested in peer influence, then you're interested in things like bidirectional influence. You're interested in indirect influence. You're interested in clustering. You're interested in group positions. And because of all these things, there is a strong emphasis on trying to collect either a complete or semi-complete network. So someone like myself would say, oh, well, why don't we just go and collect information from all the students in a school? Well, if you're doing community research, that means that maybe you have now limited variability on those community mechanisms because you have students from similar communities going into the same school. It also means that if you only have one school, although maybe that's a semi-complete population of students, it also means that you no longer have the ability to use school-based measures as a proxy for neighborhoods. So if you were doing like a national sample, you could look at things like, oh, what percentage of students are eligible for free and reduced price school lunch as a proxy of kind of neighborhood conditions. But if everyone's from the same school, you no longer have variability on that measure. Finally, frequency of data collection. We know that during adolescence, friendships change somewhat regularly. We know that the onset and change in adolescent problem and health behaviors happens pretty quickly. It means that people like myself love to collect data at least every year, preferably semi-annually. If you're studying communities, that might not be a great way to devote your resources. You know, communities can and do change, but one of the insights from the Chicago School is that, like, well, a lot of these community measures are remarkably stable over time. So if you don't have a reason to think that they're changing, semi-annual data collection on community measures, right, may not be a great use of resources. All right. So the project that I'm talking about today is really motivated by two separate research questions. The first research question is, how do we obtain data that allow us to link network and neighborhood processes? This sounds like it's a pretty big, tough question, but it's not. In fact, it is remarkably easy. And that's not because I'm super smart. It's because so many smart people have done so much great research on networks and neighborhoods that identifying best practices is pretty straightforward. Unfortunately, answering this question leads me to my next question, which is, how do we obtain data that allow us to link network and neighborhood processes for like less than $50 million? So we've had some great speakers this week, and they've talked about a bunch of different topics, and yet this theme of the cost of data collection keeps on coming up, right? Like Ashton talked about respondent-driven sampling, and one of the reasons that you should consider doing it is because of the cost of data collection through traditional methods. Well, there's the talk about weird data collection. Again, in that situation, it's like, well, why do we do that? It's like, well, if we don't have the money or the funds to do other types of data collection. Bob, whenever he was talking about his data, similarly, he talked about using older data. He talked about, not spending money on social media recruitment and consultants. Carol mentioned it today, right? Like just the costs that come with collecting data. So if we want to pursue best standards for network and neighborhood data, aside, if anyone has like $50 million, I have great ideas. But how do we do this for less than that? All right. So Prosper Geo is a project that I am leading with Sarah Chalinsky and Mark Feinberg, both from Penn State. And this is a project that is going to build on the available evaluation data of the Prosper prevention trial. I'm assuming that a lot of people here have been exposed to this data in one way or another. The Prosper prevention trial is going to be the system of community-supported intervention programs that was designed to reduce adolescent risky behaviors. The program was implemented in 28 communities in Iowa and Pennsylvania. Half of these communities received the program, and half of them served as control groups. We should note that these communities are certainly not nationally representative. They are non-metropolitan. They're predominantly white and English speaking. 15% or more of the students had to be eligible for free or reduced price school lunch. So these are not affluent communities. Data collection from the students began in 2002. And it was collected from 2 consecutive cohorts of students. The first wave of data collection was in the fall when the students were in 6th grade, and then it occurred in the spring from 6th through 12th grade. Overall, we have data collected from more than 15,000 students and about 9,000 students per wave. So the students in these communities filled out questionnaires. They were approximately 8 pages. These are pretty standard questionnaires. They provide information about the demographic characteristics of students, information about the students' self-reported school performance, their attitudes towards schools, their relationships with their parents, how their parents actually parent them and parenting styles. And there's also a number of measures that are related to problem and health behaviors. And so this is going to include drug and alcohol use, and includes measures of delinquency, depressive symptoms, and at the later waves, some measures of self-harm. One of the reasons that these data are so great for studying social networks is because on the last page of the questionnaire, we asked the students to name up to 2 of their best friends in their same school and grade, up to 5 other friends in their school and grade, and their most recent boyfriend or girlfriend. So this provides really rich social network data that cover almost the entirety of adolescence. I also want to mention, at least quickly, that in addition to these social network data, there are also measures asking the students to tell us how much time they spent hanging out with each of the friends that they named. And there was also the opportunity for them to tell us how many other friends they had who were either in other grades and in other schools. And if you look at the published work that uses the Prosper data, I think that these data have been underutilized a little bit, and I'm hoping to use them more in the future. All right, so these data have already been collected. They've already been used in a number of publications. And so Prosper Geo is about creating and adding new data to the existing data. And the way that we're going to do that is we are going to use geospatial data that is based on the student home addresses. One of the reasons that the response rates in Prosper are so high, the participation rates are so high, is that Prosper used a passive consent procedure. This meant that the consent forms were mailed to the student homes, And as a result, we have a database that has the last known addresses of these students. And so these are the addresses for the students while they were in these schools. And from this source of data, we are going to create a number of geospatial measures, distance matrices, counts of community establishments, and we're also going to attach census variables. So first, one of the things that we're going to be doing is we are going to be calculating the geographic distance between the home addresses. If you're somebody who studies adolescent friendship networks like myself, you try to understand how and why students become friends. But one of the things that we often do is we act like the students are just like thrown into a school together, and they seek out people based on their attributes. And we kind of ignore the fact that, hey, like they actually have a life outside of school. Some of these students might live right next to each other. Some of them might live many miles away from one another. And so we're hoping to actually incorporate that into that friendship selection process understanding. Similarly, when we think about peer influence, we think about the different ways that they might influence one another. And one of the things that we haven't really considered or modeled very well is that, again, some of these students live next to each other, and we also have those measures of whether they spend time hanging out with one another. Right now, we are just using the Euclidean distance between the homes. We're also hoping to calculate the distance based on roads. Turns out that's a little more computationally intensive. The data are a little older, so it introduces some problems. But we're like cautiously optimistic that we can pursue that. Our information about community establishments and as they represent resources and risk factors in the community, this is going to come from the North American Industry Classification System, or the NAICS. And so the NAICS uses codes that are provided by the US Census, where every establishment is classified according to its primary purpose or business interest. And so we went through these codes, and we are categorizing them into these subcategories. So for example, the subcategory for alcohol is going to include establishments that their primary purpose is as a bar, a lounge, a nightclub, or a retail establishment that they primarily sell alcohol. We are interested in both opportunity and access to these types of institutions. And so what we are going to be doing is calculating how many of each types of institutions are both within 1 mile of the student's home and how many of them are within 10 miles of the student's home. So for example, how many of these bars, restaurants, or not restaurants, bars, liquor stores, lounges are within 1 mile, how many are within 10 miles. Finally, we are going to use tract level census data. This is just a small example of some of the measures. This helps us get around that problem where within one school, everybody's in the same school, and so we think that they're coming from the same community. We recognize that in these non-metropolitan communities, there's actually a lot of variation when you look at things like population density and household income. And so even for students who are attending the same school, we are going to be able to look at the particular census tract of where they live. All right, current status and next steps. So I'm happy to say that we have some pilot funding. And the purpose of obtaining the pilot funding was to get an initial sense of the data quality and the feasibility of this project. It's going pretty well. Of the students who provided usable friendship network data, we have been able to geocode approximately over 80% of their home addresses. So the data quality appears to be pretty reasonable, certainly not perfect, but not too bad. And what we are currently working on is showing that we are able to incorporate this information into our existing social network models. And so one of the things that we'll be doing is incorporating, for example, distance matrices into exponential random graph models and the Siena stochastic actor-based models. Future funding, hey, we've had some changes recently. We're in a situation, along with others, where we are kind of reevaluating and trying to figure out next best steps. All Thank you so much. I'm happy to take questions, but also suggestions as we continue working on this project. Yeah.
I'm gonna probably ask all the same question that I asked earlier, but I was very locked into the portion about the communities and
Yeah.
school context, but I'm also probably gonna ask your opinions on like social media and how that's especially bridging this gap between kids who are geographically very distant from each
Yeah.
other, and how you sort of think that those friends who may not actually be like literally in the same geographical spaces as, for example, one of the participants, how that influence might play out, especially online, if you think it's important to consider or.
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I think everyone who is doing research on adolescent friendships is dealing with that question right now. Like, we all know it matters. How much does it matter? How do you measure it? The first wave of data collection here started in the year 2002, which is really interesting because in terms of like the adoption of internet and cell phones, it's really like when a lot of that stuff took off. So on one hand, I would suspect that the impact in these data are probably a little bit less than the effect that you would see on data today. This is also where it's like, hey, if someone has $50 million, like that needs to be considered in new data, right? It's something that, you know, with existing kind of like older data, it's like you know what matters, but you're hoping it doesn't matter too much. I think that for like future ongoing projects, we really need to have measures of that in some way to account for it. Yeah.
I think it's super fascinating,
Yeah.
like how to conceptualize neighborhood.
Yeah.
And especially when you're working in rural areas when those census tract variables become less reliable.
Yeah.
So I guess like what is that compromise between like living distances versus like a highly rural area, a census tract population-based metric is not an aerial in here.
Right. Yes, very much. So for those of you who have, know about the neighborhood research, right, there's this ongoing debate and discussion about like, what is a neighborhood? How do you measure a neighborhood? And so I kind of have two answers to that. The first one is that, using the census tract, I think, is a good first step, and that's why we're doing it. Those data are readily available. They are easily integrated. They provide better information than just aggregating at the school. So that's a good thing. The second part is like, oh, but could we do better than that? And that's one of the things that we're still thinking about and kind of debating. And there again, there's a couple of issues, right? So one is like, well, how do you do that? And then the second issue there is, well, how much of an improvement do you get and at what cost? And this is, again, I go back to the $50 million. It's like, man, like I'd love to go to neighborhoods and, actually collect information and do something like the PHDCN, where you have this incredibly rich information that isn't just bounded by a census tract. Yeah, I can say both. I would love to do it. I still think that this is a good kind of first approximation to see what's going on. I'll play Carter.
I'm like one of the most biggest fans of networking media. So I love what people want to add to this stuff. We know that's the most powerful covariate there is, and there's no way like that is true.
Yeah.
So, but so one thing you were worrying about is the representatives related. So, I mean, it's nice that you can have it, but here's a dark secret. Everybody who starts doing some kind of geographical thing at the beginning says, "Oh my gosh, we really need travel distance, travel time. That's the right thing." Trying to do, which shouldn't be Euclidean, but of course, distance on the geosphere is terrible. But then you break yourself to calculate them, and then you discover they correlate at 0.9999999. It never matters, right? I mean, and then of course that asterisk to asterisk will never, right? You can find special cases, but usually, unless it's a tiny scale, you're not going to care that much. So I think that just getting the baseline is more important. Now, getting the uncertainty in that data is going to be important because that you said you got 80-some% of input. Well, that's good. Of course, then the other ones you're probably going to be able to bound that only to a polygon or something.
Yeah.
And so there's
right.
some stuff with the cognitive imputation that improves that. But getting that is important. But here's the other thing I wanted to suggest to think about. A big downfall of a lot of historical data, where people did try to do this type of data collection, and it's very frustrating to make their data very hard to use later, is they collected data on the locations of ego and alter, or often just the distance between ego and alter. But they do not have data on the distance between ego and non-alter. So I don't know who the available alters are, and I don't know how far away they are. If I do not know the distribution of possible people that you weren't tied to and how far away they are, the utility of distance data goes to approximately zero. Because we need to know, we want to know how distance is related to say whether we're tied to somebody or we're interacting with them. We have to know about all the alternatives who we could have been tied to and how far they were. And so for that, you need population distribution. Now, I don't know, I mean, in this series, you know people are in an absolute sense, and that can help, but I don't know also how your de-identification works with that, how much that's thrown away. So you may have to think about what you're allowed to divulge or collect or whatever with it. But I would suggest that whatever you're doing, think about how you're getting metrics of distances to people who are not, who people our egos are not tied to.
Yeah.
Because that's actually kind of the hardest part and kind of the most important part of using the data. And it gets just, you look at the historical literature going back to the 40s, it gets overlooked 90-something% of the time.
Yeah, thank you. And I should clarify that the distance matrix is the distance between everybody in that school and grade, regardless of whether they're friends. So it's like we have two matrices, right? The friendship matrix and then the...
You do it for everyone.
Right, we're doing it for everyone, right? So if... but not about non-school people, not about people in other grades. So that is, you know, the Prosper data are contained to that same school and same grade. But the good news is that everybody in there that we have the data for, even if they're not friends, it's like that, we're still able to account for that. Yes? Yeah.
Something that I never planned this, to think about it and thinking about distance versus where distance is.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd actually like to cite you. I'd be like, Carter says it doesn't matter. That's... Yeah.
He's been everything he's ever done at distance. Waldo did it at some point.
Yeah.
And buried it somewhere in some obscure place.
I'm actually kind of, I mean, I guess I could try a little bit. I'm wondering if you have data about how people get around. Because I know these are small cars.
No, we don't have that type of data. No, the data that I have are very much, at least at this point, unless there's other data that I haven't thought about, which I'm certainly open to suggestions. It is those survey data, including the friendship network data, and then the new data are going to be the related to the geospatial data, which it's essentially anything that we can calculate using the geo coordinates of their home addresses.
I guess I'm curious if you are thinking about whether or not that average living distance can vary essentially when people turn 16. Since you have that difference between 6th grade and 12th grade, is the fact that like if you cannot control your own transportation and people live far away from you, then you are reliant on your parents, older siblings, someone else to take you to said location.
Yeah, absolutely. So my previous work and the stuff that I'm kind of finishing up is very much about developmental change in drug and alcohol use and how much and why peers matter at different ages and how it shifts over time. And so, you know, obviously one of the things that we want to look at is similar to this, because we would very much expect that the distance matters a lot more, like when you're in 6th grade and it's like, oh, hey, you know, these are your friends because you can walk to their house. Versus maybe by the time you're a junior or senior in high school, people have transportation in these communities, and then you would think that perhaps distance matters less because they have the ability to get there. Uh-huh. Yeah. 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 Yeah, I mean, that follows up exactly on the comment previously about, you know, how social media and stuff matters. One thing I will say, though, is that, I mean, it's nice that we have that measure, and that's why I mentioned about this hanging out, the spending time together, because we know that a lot of adolescent behavior, and especially like adolescent problem behavior, it's group behavior. A lot of when we look at things like drinking and smoking and marijuana use, this is stuff that's happening in groups. And so I definitely think that those kind of like online and farther distance relationships matter, but I also think it's possible that like actually being in contact with people in those groups is going to be especially important for those behaviors. Yeah. Yes, so for everyone who is the data are collected, if we put aside the friendship network for a moment, everyone who is in those school grade cohorts, like we have their address and we are able to create the geocodes, and so we are able to create those measures for everybody who are in the data. Yeah. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that, but thank you. I will definitely look into it. Yeah.
Yeah, so we did a paper a while back with the neighborhood characteristics co-offending.
Uh-huh.
And the argument being that some neighborhoods are more conducive to finding and building trusting relationships. And I'm wondering, in your case, if you're able to look at how neighborhood characteristics moderate peering.
Yeah, I think we can, for sure, because I think that's one of, like, when you look at the literature and, like, why this stuff matters, right? You know, what are the opportunities to do things? And that's why looking at those measures, I should actually go back to it, because I kind of went through this quickly. Especially, this is something that we're really interested in, right? So about, you know, are there police nearby? Are there police station? Are there these schools nearby? Are there places where kids can hang out? Are there retail establishments that sell tobacco and alcohol? The research suggests that this matters for these groups. And again, the research that has actually been able to test these mechanisms, it exists, but it's pretty modest. So we're hoping to do that.
All right, last question, and then we're going to get lunches here.
Okay.
I'm wondering if, so this is like a big issue in urban areas, I don't know how much in rural areas, if you have any kind of idea of emergent error related to like people who are lying about where they live in order to be entitled.
Oh, yeah. That is a good question. We have, again, it's from the files for the passive consent process. So it is whatever address they provided with the school. So if they are lying, we wouldn't know. I will say that one of the nice things about the Prosper data and using these types of schools is that in these communities, like, there is only one high school. So one of the nice things is, like, you know, it's unfortunate that it doesn't capture out of school friends, but it's also true that in these communities, like, the number of other schools, it's not zero. There are some private schools here and there. There's, you know, kids who are homeschooled, but, like, there really is just one high school, and that's going to capture most of the students who are in that school and grade. It's this, yeah. I spoke to someone from New York once, and it's like, you know, the relationship between, you know, where you live and where you go to school is, like, sometimes meaningless. That is not the case here, right? Like, if you were in one of these moderately to small towns, you go to this school in most cases. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you, Dan. All right, lunch is served. Take some minutes to go to it. About, you know, we'll come together after this and perhaps having an informal discussion of how to try to get all this great work we're going to do into the world.
It's really exciting to see this happen.
I've been working on this for so long. I thought you were going to ask a question about the IoT.
Well, I mean, that's an obvious question. I'm not sure it's an obvious question. But how hard was it to get it done?
How long of a story do you want? So first of all, I was interested in this in grad school, and I talked to Wayne about it, and this is one of his. You're a grad student, your advisor says something like that. And his thing was, that's a great idea. There's a reason we haven't done it. Maybe you should make sure you have tenure before you do this, right? At the time, I was like, that seems crazy. And now I'm like, oh, thank God you suggested that. I pitched this project to Mark Feinberg, got buy-in from the executive committee, and got everybody on board. He sends an email to the data archivist, like, hey, Dan has been working on this for years. We support him on this project. What does he need to do to have access to these data? And the answer was, well, nothing, because he can't have it. Which was a super fun thing to hear. There was some back and forth. Eventually, the answer was like, listen, if you want access, you need to write a new IRB. Of census data.
And say you're just not All right, folks, let's go. Man, running with all these, don't run with cords, please. We're already on the edge of the fire marshal's like tolerance with these in the middle, so like just do us a favor and don't do that. All right, if you get a chance, I hate to interrupt these great conversations. Find your way back. Someone could pull the door, sort of, you know, so that we don't yell at folks. All right, so the plan for this session is we're going to we spent a lot of time sort of talking about where ideas come from and how to do this analysis and you know what sort of community they have and so forth. We've spent precious little time how to get it out into the world. And so for both your career and for the good of science, we figured it'd be nice this year to have a chance to say a little bit about what the publication process looks like. And so I'm going to spend like 30 seconds just describing for the people who are truly new in the room what the publication pipeline is. Then Tom will say a few things, and then we're going to open up the floor for questions from you as either reviewers, potential reviewers, authors, and so forth. So when we say, you know, do your work and publish your paper, what do we mean? Well, we say start with doing an analysis, right? You have this in your hand, and you need to get it out in the world. So how do you do that? You write a paper. You have to draft a paper. This is not a trivial point. People kind of treat it as a trivial point, but actually draft a paper. That's the first advice. Like write a paper that is actually readable, that people want to read. And you have to pick a journal. And the one thing to keep in mind is that you have to make sure that your journal and your draft come together, right? So you usually write a paper with a journal in mind or a class of journals in mind, and there are some very strong differences. Like AJS will take a 35,000 word paper, maybe not 35,000, but you know, it'll take a big paper, and the limit at Social Forces is 8,000, and the limit in some public health journals is 2,000, right? So know what you're writing before you get there. Then you submit this journal. That's great. It's usually a pain in the ass. There's a lot of little things you got to do, but you submit it, and off it goes. And then you wait. And you wait, right? And sometimes you wait a lot, right? And then it goes off, and you get the reviews, and those reviews come back, and you either go to reject, and this process starts over again, or you go to publish. And you do that again and again, right? And so the process is, right, my one sort of big picture advice is don't do this, right, and wait. Do this and wait. Because each of these stages takes an amount of time, and you want to be able to have a position that you're not spending all your time right there, okay? And that's all I wanted to say, just to put it in the world so that we're saying the same things. Other advice or overviews?
Well, I'll say a couple of things. Actually, my strategy is here when I do the analysis is I create my tables and figures, and then I write to the tables and figures.
Yeah.
Firstly. Secondly, learn how to write. So my bachelor's degree is in math. I didn't do a lot of writing. When I was defending my master's thesis, my advisor said, you know, Tom, there's no verb in that sentence. And I said, well, it's implied from the sentence beforehand, right? So I was a pretty lousy writer. And after I got out of graduate school, I started subscribing to The New Yorker, which has great writing. And I read Strunk and White. And I read books on how to write, and I had to teach myself how to write. So learn how to write. And it doesn't come naturally to some people. Some people have a great voice, some people don't. But it takes work. The other thing I say is writing is not writing. Writing is actually rewriting, right? You write, and then you rewrite, and then you rewrite. And fortunately, that's easy to do, right? But just be prepared to do a lot of rewriting. That's what it takes. And then, yes, I generally like to know which journal I'm writing to before I get my draft done. Because different journals have different styles, different expectations, and whatnot. I finished my PhD in communication. I got my first job at Hopkins, and I always thought I would go to a communication department eventually. So my first few years, I was writing papers and publishing in communication journals and in public health journals. They're very different things, right? The communication journals are 5,000 to 6,000 words. American Journal of Public Health is 3,500 at the top, so they're very different styles. So pick a style, sort of stay with it. I don't encourage you spreading across too many disciplines, right? And know who you're writing to and what you're writing for. And then the last thing I'll say, just tangentially, as editor of social networks, I reject a lot of papers that use social network analysis but don't really contribute to the theory or method of social networks, right? And the analogy I make is, if you use regression in a paper, you don't then send the paper to a statistics journal, right? Just because you're using that method doesn't mean that's the appropriate journal for you. So typically I get a lot of papers that are using network analysis in international development context or economic development or policy or some other substantive field, and I always say, this is really more appropriate for a journal in that area. So just as something to keep in mind. And that's about all I have to say about it.
Before I open up for general questions, I'm going to ask the people in the room who've reviewed a lot to give me one key sort of pet peeve as a reviewer. If anyone want to volunteer first? Carter.
Where they are not centering the news you can use. Okay, a common error in writing a paper is that you write like a book report or like what I did over my summer vacation. I did this and then I did this. It's all about me. No one cares about you. Okay, they care about the results. So a paper that's effective starts with you figure out what have you found, and then you say who cares about that, and then what would they care about, and you center the key results and findings, and everything else is written around the findings. You may have done a lot of other stuff. If it isn't relevant, that needs to go in the supplement, it needs to go in the background, maybe it needs to go in somebody's thesis and not in the paper. Do not waste everyone's time with all the irrelevant stuff that you think is really important because you spend time on it, but it is not relevant to the reader. So write for the reader, not for you, and think about what is your most important and significant result, and write around the most important and significant result and hammer that home and make it super clear. Do all the other stuff serve that goal? If you're not, if it doesn't serve that goal, don't put it in or put it in the back or put it somewhere else, however important it is to you, because the person who is really mattering is the person who's reading it, not the person who's writing.
Carol?
That's a great point, Carol. I mean, this business requires a thick skin.
It
right?
absolutely.
You really can't take it personally. We've all had the best work we've done rejected at some point in time or another, right? And very famously, Mark Brandevetter's Strength of the Ties paper was originally rejected when it was first submitted, right? So you've got to have a thick skin and not let it get to you.
And you have to remember that no one ever looks at your publication rate. It's not the number of publications you have relative to the number of submissions. They give you the count. And so the people who have the most publications also have the most rejections, without a doubt. So please, David.
I'll ask you, maybe you said this earlier, but you pick a journal, pick three, because most likely to get rejected, and have those
All right. Other, Carl, do you have any advice? I mean, it really is. I think that on the author side, you just can't say it well how much you just have to just keep pushing forward. That said, don't push forward like a bulldog, right? Push forward like a dancer. I mean, the point is that one of the things that my pet peeve as a reviewer is as Tom probably might even point out, that's because I review for him fairly frequently. Yes, I'm a reasonably generous reviewer. My goal as a reviewer is to help authors. I get papers in, I read the comments, I read them very carefully. I spend an inordinate amount of time, sometimes even replicating the work that they've done in the paper, right? And then I give advice. And then the paper comes back, and they sort of quickly brush over that advice and sort of or ignore it and go off to do something else. Don't do that to your reviewers. As an editor, it's hard to get reviewers. As reviewers, it pisses us off when you ignore us completely. Now, I can be wrong as a reviewer. I don't think any reviewer is, I mean, some reviewers are arrogant that they're not going to take it wrong, but most reviewers, I think, are if they give you a comment, they're engaged with the work, and they're willing to they're doing their best to say, well, I can't figure this out, I think this is wrong. And it's certainly in your rights as an author to say, well, in fact, you're mistaken in how you read this. I'm sorry, I wrote it incorrectly. You didn't get this. This is what I meant. This is why I did this. This is what's there. But don't ignore it, right? And if there's advice that says, especially like when you're young and you're in a hurry and you got to get the next paper out, it's like, I don't want to rewrite that front end again. I don't want to do it. I just don't want to do it. And so you just turn it around and you do this step again, right, over without doing any of the things that the last reviewer said. You're going to get me as a reviewer at the next journal too. And then I'm really going to be mad, right? And so take it. Yeah, so there you go. So questions, so open questions, open field, things that people have, like, or stories you want to tell, please. I don't know who's first. Go Margaret first.
Sure. A lot of this played out for me recently. I had a paper accepted last night, in fact, where it got where it initially got rejected from a few journals pretty quickly, and my co-author and I spent a ton of time going through and addressing all of the reviewers' comments, even when the paper got rejected from that journal. And we ended up with a much more robust paper, which now is a 50-page supplemental material addressing all of their robustness checks for our results. But it ultimately, I find to be a really gratifying process to have gone through, even though it was rejected from the first few journals I sent it to. The ultimate paper I'm incredibly proud of, in part because of this long process where you go through lots of edits and feedback from people and move forward, and it's really great.
It's the scientific process, and when it works, it's beautiful. It really is. Certainly, my work has always, just about always, been greatly improved by the review process.
Tom, or Gabe, sorry.
I have a question for all of those in the room, which is oftentimes one of the things I find the most impressive when you're talking with people who have been in the field for a while is they know exactly which journal your paper is go to. But for me, coming into the field, I have no idea. Is it good enough for the fancy one? Is there one that I've never heard of that would be a great fit for? So my question to the people in the room is, how do you get socialized into knowing what journal
So I think, for those who couldn't, so I think clearly you need to publish send the universe of papers that that are relevant are the ones that are the work that you've cited for the work or the work you're building on. And then I think part of the problem is that could be 30 journals, and so you need to know the 3 journals that are there. Journals are fairly well, there's a hierarchy of journals, and I'm of the opinion that there's little. If you're doing multiple, if you're not if you only have one, then it feels like it's a precious thing you got to do the right thing with. If you have many, then the main rule is overshooting a little is not so bad. So send it to a place that's better than you might think you're expected to, and then let it sort of trickle down. There's no shame in doing that. I think that. So my sense that the only reason sort of not to do that is that sometimes the really high status journals are also really slow journals, at least in sociology. And so you have to be a little careful that when you do that process, you have to have a time horizon ahead of you for you to get that set. And otherwise, I think it's you also want to, I at least want to publish in journals that I read. So I think that there's a sense in which you find yourself drawn to certain sets over and over again. So go to those sets again. But the more you read, the more time you spend in these settings, the more you're going to learn those journals. And I don't think there's a shortcut to that. Carol? For those that might not be familiar, the journal citation reports are rankings of journals for how often the articles in those journals on average get cited, roughly. There's some weighting things in it. But it's essentially a visibility score for the journal that's set up. Please.
If you're doing interdisciplinary work and you're trying to bring two fields that have not been as much in conversation, how do you choose a journal when you're thinking about, well, you kind of want a more audience that might not have been as engaged with this part of this subfield? Do you choose a general journal, or do you just wondering?
So the question for those who might be able to hear it is, if you're doing interdisciplinary work and you're trying to sort of bring ideas together that people haven't otherwise seen in their separate groups, how do you do that? What's the strategy for that? And I think I would make a friendly amendment. What's the strategy for that for a really big idea? And what's the strategy for that for what you think is sort of something that's well known in one of those groups, but an incremental improvement in the other, which I think are very different kinds of problems. And I'm going to let someone else say first how to answer that. Please, go ahead.
I just went through this kind of recently with my latest publication. Background in network science, culture and anthropology, but I am jumping into the field of exposure science, sort of like how chemicals are interacting with humans and looking at chemical networks for diffusion, data transfer, that sort of thing. So I'm taking these network analyses and approaches and models, but into a realm where network models are really prevalent. So the theme, to your point, was very much exposure science, talking about proclivity of chemicals or persistence of chemicals to spread throughout systems, but it used network analysis, so it's like, oh, I don't want to sit in this network journal because I'm really trying to get this.
There's a substantive application.
Yeah. But I ended up picking multiple journals because that was recommended to me as well. The two that I submitted to at first were like, oh, networks, we don't do networks, or like we don't have stuff that's published on networks. Instant kind of like fit, right? Or instant rejection. And it wasn't until like the third one where finally like we got from the editor and passed on the review where they were interested in the methods and everything. So I kind of had a similar question about network approaches, but for whatever reason, I didn't see that they worked out in my paper. The third one was just fine. That was great.
And there's a lot of noise in the system, right? I mean, it depends on the editor, the reviewer, a lot of randomness that happens about whether or not you're lucky.
Yeah, at the end of the day, too, it's these two, maybe three reviewers. Please, Elizabeth.
Well, I just think it's a great shared tool that if we had it, we could all share it. But like, what are the hurdles that are doing this? I mean, I know we just had a longer discussion about it might be uneven, but even just a starter grid of like where to go, why, that kind of thing. I think that would be very useful.
And the real challenge is, you know, I think of network analysis as a method, right? So it's this methodology that we use that we apply to a lot of different things. And whatever that thing is you're applying it to is where you're going to go and publish, right? I publish in American Journal of Public Health and Social Science and Medicine because those are the public health journals. Now, they didn't publish, Social Science and Medicine did publish network studies as early as the 1980s, but the American Journal of Public Health wouldn't even consider them until the late 90s. So that's fortunately opened up, and I think that's opened up in a lot of substantive areas where it wasn't available before.
I think I would take off what Carter said a minute ago, which is that if you are pioneering a new sort of idea into an existing field that's not using that idea, the burden's on you to make it interesting to the target place. And so what you need to say is this fills a hole in that world that you couldn't fill any other way, or it allows you to do something different. And so in some sense, one of the things that I think people, my sense as a reader, as a reviewer often, and maybe this is just my own hubris, but is that you don't brag enough about, authors rarely brag enough about what they're doing when they're, or new authors often, about why their work is important, that you're not telling me what it is that I really need to know. And I think that because we're often so deeply in the weeds, we lead with very hesitant sort of things, that I'm making a minor contribution to this, or don't use words like minor contribution in your first 2 paragraphs. It's not a good idea. Now, you might not be rewriting all of social science history, but you should back away, so it needs to be balanced in that sense. But don't sell yourself short in the front. I think I cut David off. You were about to say something, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I was talking to a junior scholar recently. You didn't realize that when your paper gets rejected, you can reject that rejection.
Right.
To the editor. In my experience, a couple of times I've done that successfully. One was a really biased reviewer. The editor was aware of it, so I another was just very superficial comments that whatever reason the editor did rejection. I think most of the time you get rejection, kind of take too long to strengthen it. In your own experience, are there times where you
I had an experience like that. I submitted a paper to a journal, it was a public health oriented journal, and it got rejected, and one of the reviewers said, you know, clearly this person doesn't know what they're doing. Their average out degree and in degree are the same. That should have sent bells and whistles and red flags right there. So I had to write back to the editor and say, yes, they're the same because every outgoing tie is an incoming tie. You know, showed a little toy network, and the editor went, "Oh, thank you so much, great. You know, paper's accepted. Go forward." So it happens, you know, and if you put your due diligence in, I've had a couple of instances where that's happened. I had a paper rejected because we didn't have a control group, and so I listed all of the reasons why you use a control group and why in this particular study none of those reasons applied, so we didn't really need one. And sure enough, the editor wrote back and accepted the paper. So, yeah.
Carol, please. Mm-hmm. Please. So the question is, how do you balance between not underselling the work you're doing, properly acknowledging the limitations, and doing creative work simultaneously? Is that a fair summary of the thing? Yes, that's. So I think that the key is that you don't do everything at the front of the paper, right? So the contribution of a paper is not the methods. Very rarely. If you are a methodologist and you're writing a method, then sure, the contribution is the method. But for substantive research, and even in methods, and I can talk about that if that's what direction people want to go, but the contribution of the research is usually in a substantive outcome, and the method is a means to get there. And so if I have to do a creative method in order to get to a new understanding of a setting or contribution, that's going to come in the method section. I might say in the abstract or the second paragraph of the introduction that in order to, I set it up in the first paragraph saying, look, there's a really important problem that needs to be solved. The second paragraph is, no one has solved this yet for lots of different reasons, one of which is the methods have been inappropriate or not well developed or what have you. So we develop a novel method to do X, Y, and Z. And when I say we develop a novel method, I don't then give a whole paragraph on what that method is. I say we developed a novel method that has to do with a new scaling of distance. Details come later, right, or something. And so the key is you can signal that you're doing something new, and then you give the conclusions, the substantive conclusions in the final paragraph. I think an intro should be. There might be differences of opinion, but I don't believe that scientific papers should be mysteries. I think that everything should be in the front end. AJS, for example, some people will say sort of set it up like, oh, we're going to reveal the surprise and the conclusion is surprising. It's like, no, it's not. You know the result before you wrote it, right? So go ahead and let me in on the secret, right? And so I think so. But the key is that you don't go into detail in the front. And then when you get to the limitation sections, be honest about your limitations. So I think that reviewers, in my experience anyway, and I'd love to hear if other people agree with this, but my experience has been that reviewers are afraid. They're afraid of making of publishing a false positive. And so what they're looking for are signals that you missed for why your results are wrong. And so you might want to think, well, I don't want to tell them that my sample is limited because I had to do something like that because I don't want to give them rope to hang me with. But that's fine. Give them acknowledge what you're doing honestly, and that why you think the study is still valuable despite this, how you think that this might have affected your changes or not, and then the reviewer knows that you're aware of the problems you made, and they don't think you're trying to hide anything. They don't think that you're a fool and you're ignorant and you've missed something there. And so I think that it's worthwhile to do that. Now, you don't got to tell them about 100,000 things that that are there, but you have anything that you think that is but don't be shy about being fair.
I'll echo that. I think that's a real important point because if you know that there's something that is a limitation and a problem, you bet your sweet Bippy one of those reviewers is going to know it too, right? And so then they'll be more critical of your work. But if you can say, well, missing data is a typical issue, right? And I'll always say, yeah, we have missing data. We don't know how it affects our results, and future researchers maybe should consider some way to figure out how biased our results are with the missing data that we have.
Carl, please. Yeah.
You sort of relax, okay, they got it, there's not big errors, okay, they're going to get some future recommendations, but people tend to conjecture or talk about why their methods were great or something like that. So it does seem like you do have a little more ability to be creative in the discussion section than anywhere else.
And signal to yourself, you ought to have a good discussion section, because if you don't, then you haven't done anything. When I get a good paper, I'm like, man, this discussion section is writing itself, because there's a lot of implications here of what I've done and where this should go and so on. So.
Carter?
Yeah, so I think a lot of the questions that are coming up in the air natural questions class, but there are, I think some people are looking for a magic, it's good at magic, one weird trick that's going to solve the problem. How do I make sure I remember it? There isn't one, but there is a not very weird trick you're not going to like that in the long run will help, and that's reading. If you really want to know what gets published in a certain journal, or was there, you have to read stuff in the journal. If you want to know how do I write to that journal, read the journal. I want to know how do people position their results in that journal, read the journal. All of those things are in the journal, so you can kind of see other papers. And you should use them
Carol, please. And I think that that is for new people coming up, and certainly for all of us who have done this for a long time. Reviewing is part and parcel of this job. This is a generalized exchange system. We are in this business to promote science, and it's not just our own work. We have to promote the work of our, of our communities and be contributing to that. And so, being a good citizen to review is important.
Well, you also learn how to write and submit papers.
Yeah.
Because when you're in that reviewer role, now you're taking on that and you go, oh, this is what a reviewer sees or what a reviewer thinks, right? So.
And I got to tell you, I love being a reviewer. Sometimes for reading the papers, some are better than others, of course. But my favorite part of the entire review process as a reviewer is getting the other reviewers back. And I actually gave Social Networks a hard time because their system wasn't sending along the attachments. And it's just recently because in part, I want to know what the other reviewers saw. I want to know if I'm right, right? So, I'm guessing that I reviewed it, and Carter probably reviewed it, and I want to know if he thought I was doing the right thing. So it's to me that's a real joy of the process, is that you don't get to see that. And I think there's so much implicit knowledge you learn about the way the field works by reading what other reviewers see of other people's papers. It's one of those times you get to see a third-party relationship that you don't otherwise get to see, which is really nice.
Yeah, you learn what did they see that you
Yeah,
didn't see,
right.
and where do you overlap?
Please.
Yes. Well, some people are really good at acronyms and naming things and whatnot, and I don't think I am. I'm not particularly creative. But I generally don't highlight the network analysis usually in a title. Because I'm usually focusing in a substantive area, either substance use journal or public health journal, and so I'm focusing on that and not putting the fact that it's a network analysis in the title necessarily. But I do have a lot of papers that are titled Network Influences on X.
I have if I had my own machine up here, I would show you this slide. In sociology over the last 60 years or so, the length of titles has been a linear trend upwards. Titles have gotten longer and longer and longer. But the longer your title is, the less likely you get cited. So it turns out that really short, this paper where this finding is published is in the American Sociologist, and this is an apropos example. I had published the paper with the title of the paper was titles, one word. That's what I submitted with, and the reviewers hated it. They wouldn't let me keep it, so it ended up being length of titles effect on something or whatever. But I think my preference, a very strong preference, is for short titles. I think get to the point. Don't put the entire thing in the title. But so you got to balance between that and clickbait. But it needs to be something that's sort of in that set, is my guess. Please.
Sorry, you come from developmental psychology. concept of Santa across cultures, and it's like that obviously really draws me to it.
Yeah, I think that if you're going to do something that's like, clever, funny, cute, it's like you're setting a really high bar for yourself. And so, if you're going to do that, great. But you really if you're going to set up the joke, you got to land the punchline. And so I think that it's possible, right? Some people do it great. Yeah. Yeah, and I think that it's high, maybe high reward, high risk is the way to put it. But I suspect that for most people, like the reviewers are like, all right, if you're being cute, like you better have the chops to back it up. So you're going to get a little bit less going for it. And don't be surprised if a reviewer tells you to change your title. It will happen.
There are also some journals that in information for authors, it says no cute titles. It has to be.
All right, I think, so the other sort of big advice is talk to people who've done this before if you're new to the field, co-author with people who've done this before. Like, there are a community of us that are supposed to be helping you grow. So with that, I think we'll...
Share your work.
And share your work, yes. Yeah. A key point is this should not be the first time someone else reads your work, right? This should be the first time someone else reads your work. If you don't have a community of readers that read your work before it gets submitted, find that community. Talk to the person next to you and say, hey, would you read my paper? And make a writing circle where you trade each other's papers or whatever. But like, don't let reviewers be the first person other than yourself to see that text. Please don't do that.
I mean, my poor wife has had to read how many manuscripts?
All right. Next up is Carl Latkin, and we'll get him set up and go from there. Thank you for this. For longer than that, longer than I care to think about. And one of my sort of, the people in my universe, whose gravitation has moved around, has been Carl Latkin. Carl Latkin is the Department of Health and Behavior, so that I can never get people's places where they are. But he's been working on social networks and health since there have been social networks and health. He's like one of the leaders of this field. And strangely, we've never been in the same room together before we finally able to get in here. We've missed opportunities for this workshop in the past, and finally we're able to do it. And it's just like truly a real treat to have you here, Carl. So thank you for doing this.
Well, I advise a lot of junior faculty on K Awards, and this is always the conference that I tell people, or workshop that they must attend if they're going to actually get good network training, because all the people who come back from it are always like, oh wow, I got really good training here, and now I know how to do this stuff. So just sort of, what I want to do really is sort of take the conversations from yesterday and earlier today and sort of try to go through them, because Tom gave just a fantastic summary of all network and influence and peer influence models, so I don't want to be too redundant. So I'm going to take some materials that people have talked about and try to bring some of them forward, as well as talk about some of the work we do. This is going to be sacrilege. I'm not going to present a visual, a network diagram today, because you guys would put me to shame. But just continuing the conversations on manuscripts, I purposely send my colleagues and students crappy manuscripts to review, because I want them to see that I'm at this stage. And if somebody sends me something that's like they're ready to ship it out the door, what use am I? Especially if I'm like, well, maybe you should do something different, because then you get lots of resistance of, oh, I put all this time into it, and now you're telling me to change it. So don't be modest. Share with people your drafts of really early on manuscripts, rather than waiting until you think you have something perfect. How I got into network field? Well, I sort of somehow got to Baltimore. I'm not sure how. I took the wrong turn somewhere on some interstate. And I was going out with health educators for HIV into the community. And this was for people who injected drugs. And the peer educators, you'd go out there and there was a community. People know everybody. You could go and talk to your neighborhood drug dealer with their wads of $10s or $20 bills. You'd sort of get a sense, and you hear about how people would use drugs, and you talk to people, and it was a social behavior. And then you'd come into the public health sterile conditions, and they would treat people like individuals, and they would tell them educationally, oh, don't share needles. And people would nod politely and say, oh, thank you for sharing this information for me. But it probably had very little impact on their behaviors, but everybody felt good. Oh, we gave this intervention to these folks, and now everything's fine. So I've been focusing on network interventions. So when you do interventions, there's a lot of things that can go wrong. So what I would suggest, if you do an intervention, collect data. So I'll give a slide on that. But so fast forward from my first coming to Baltimore about a decade later, and we were doing a sea pool intervention in Chennai, India, where what we do is we first found that men who had HIV, they used alcohol a fair amount. And then we found, well, people go to loosely called wine shops, which were illicit hole-in-the-wall places where they would sell wine, or what was wine, which was, wine was like, it's a very loose term for wine, but the beer was good. Anyway, so they'd have these little places where people could gather behind the wine shops, near the wine shops, and men would go there and drink, and then they would go in groups off into commercial sex workers. So it's like, oh wow, this is the perfect place for a CPOL intervention, a community popular opinion leader intervention. So we did our due diligence, and we mapped out 20 areas of the city, because Chennai's a big city. The areas had to be a couple miles apart, and half of them were control clusters of wine shops, and half of them were experimental. And we used ethnographers. We used the people in the wine shop to identify the opinion leaders. They seemed like very stable networks. So we did our intervention. The participants, the CPOLs, took it very seriously. They were gung-ho about it. They thought this was a real risk HIV. They wanted to do something about it. So we trained them, and then we did serial cross-sectional assessments between the two groups. So, and this was an expensive intervention. So we did everything right in Cadillac, RTC, cluster randomized design. And then we analyzed the data, and guess what? No difference between experimental and control group. So it's like, okay, what's going on? And I think that's the thing about interventions. There's a lot of things to go wrong. So what we did afterwards was we interviewed folks about their behaviors and everything, and the CPOLs were like, yeah, I really went out, man. I talked to all these people, and yeah. And then we asked them where they talked to the people. Well, in the wine shops. It's like, well, which ones? And what we had done was mapped out all the wine shops they went to after work in the evenings. All the ones that they went to after their jobs. But a lot of people's jobs were not like 9 to 5. So they went to different wine shops in the mornings. They went to different wine shops on the weekends. And if you looked at where the control groups were, they often went to those wine shops. So there was massive contamination. So one thing, if you have the best intervention in the world, you'll have no difference between your experimental and your control group. Because you'll have massive diffusion, which is another word for contamination. So just to give an example of, you can do a really high quality intervention, but sometimes your public health impact may be in the opposite of what you think is your scientific impact. So I think that just gives you a sense of, when you're doing interventions, some of the things that can impact what you're finding. So now, I wanted to this is sort of, I pulled this more towards the front of the presentation, thinking about, okay, how do you get good network data? And I think, some of us here who've looked at network data over the years, when you get bad network, like, how do you know if you have bad network data? How do you know if your network data is golden, or how do you know if it just sucks? You have data. Do you have some reliability measure? No. So one thing you have to really do is strive to get your best network data. And bad network data is like, I don't know, like something in your refrigerator that's kind of old. You hate to throw it out. You try to nuke it in the microwave, and you think, oh, maybe this, and it just doesn't work. And then you take bad, and you're like, okay, well, maybe I won't look at degree. I'll look for a proportion of networks who do this or that, and you play with it. It's like you get, maybe there's something there. And then you send it to a journal, and then poor Tom is like, oh, what do I do with this? And the reviewers are like, eh. So one thing to think about before you start this is, how do you maximize getting good quality network data? And one thing to think about is, why should people give you good network data? What's in it for them? So we're gung-ho about like, oh, this is a really cool study, people are going to love it. But you need to think the flip side. Why should participants think about this is something that they really want to give you high quality data? Why should they trust you? What are you going to do with this data? So I think thinking about those things. Other things is interviewers who administer network surveys, whether it's paper or whether they're working with somebody on a tablet, tend to have set points where they think, oh, you gave me 5 names. Well, that's cool, that's good. And another interviewer might be, oh, you gave me 20 names. Well, that's what I expect. So you really need to sort of get that early network data if you have different interviewers, seeing how many names they're generating, and then really try to give them feedback on what you really expect. Because if you have don't have expectations, you probably won't get people to give you a lot of names. So you also want to structure an interview too, where never ever have your network inventory at your last part of a study visit, because people just want to get the hell out of there. And at that time, they have no friends, no sex partners, and don't do drugs. And they get out of there quickly. So really think about where you put your network inventory or how you're assessing it. Yesterday was talk about how many name generators. So you're gonna get to a point of diminishing returns with any network generator. And you may think, oh, I've got this really great network inventory or name generator question. I'll put it first. And you're like, oh, wow, that's great. I got 5 names out of it. But if you had put that same network name generator last, you would have probably gotten 1, maybe at the most, because you just get that curve. So you really want to think about how many name generators you really want to include in your network inventory. And part of that is just multiplexity, because people usually have more than one relationship, one role. So every name generator often isn't getting a new group. It's getting some of the old group and getting some new groups. But I think that's some things to think about as well. And then finally, network canvas. People like it. I should say, I have a conflict of interest because I've worked with those folks for about a decade, and they're a super wonderful group to work with. But there's people, if you ask somebody how long it takes them to fill out a network canvas survey versus a pencil and paper survey, they'll say about half as long, because it's just a more enjoyable experience. And I guess finally on the network part, always just first have the name generators. Don't ask a name generator question and then ask for relationship questions, because then people say, oh my gosh, the more names I give, then they're going to ask me all these questions. So definitely do the name generators first. If you get good network data, you can publish a lot. And this is really important for interventions, because with an intervention, you're basically saying, I'm going to have 1 paper out of this. I'm going to have the outcome paper. So I think if you get really good network data and you have, and this also goes back to the prior conversation about publishing, you can publish a lot of papers if you have good network data. But there's some other things. So since you don't know, nobody can say you have a good network inventory, because there's just no gold standards. It can be beneficial to put in your surveys things where there are, that's a tried and true measure that has, rigorous measures of reliability and validity. We always use like a measure of depression or something like that. So when the reviewers, you can say, oh, I have this scale that has these rigorous aspects, and then I also have my network measure too, because in some fields they really care about that sort of things. What also think about when you collect data is which data is really you think you need, but you're never going to analyze. And things that you might, I always find things like intentions or self-efficacy. There's often a ceiling effect. People over-report those. And also, I'm not really interested in that to a great degree, because it's just, I don't know, it's not very fascinating for me to work on those types of theories. For interventions, it can be difficult to recruit individuals. So one thing I always hear about people say, oh, you can't get the network people. We got these individuals, these index, but they're having a hard time getting their networks in. So I've seen a lot of studies where that they recruit one individual and ask them to bring in their networks, and they can't. So think about how you can work with networks, how you can problem solve with networks, how you can recontact them to bring in these networks. So set up a study, not assuming that people are going to have an easy time bringing in their personal networks or going a couple steps out, and think about how you can help them bring in those network members. But the nice thing about if you get network members in of what we call index individuals, they're alters really. If you get indexes to bring in their alters, when you do retention, when you're following up people, it's a lot easier to have high levels of retention because you can continue to get the people to come back in through their networks. I think when you collect network data for interventions, you really want to see who they're going to, you want to bring in the people they're going to have the potential to influence. So you don't want to just list all the people. For us, it's your drug network. You want to have something like the frequency of contact, that they have to contact the person at least once a week or several times a week. So there's some sort of ability to influence their behaviors. And then finally, I'd say a lot of our work is personal, egocentric networks, but collect that data in a way that you can build a sociocentric network from it. Think about what data you would really need for matching to make a larger network from your ego or personal networks. I think that's, in the past, that's been time-consuming, but I can't see any reason you can't use your Friendly Neighborhood AI program to do that matching and come up and develop your sociocentric network. So when you're thinking even for the personal networks, think down the road that you could use this data for developing larger networks. Any questions so far? Okay, let me go on my pet peeves, which usually you put at the end in your conclusion, but I'll bring them in. And this is true for journals as well as network interventions, is you read a journal and it's like, we did this intervention and we got these outcomes. How many times have you read an article where you read the intervention section and you actually know what they did and you can replicate that? It drives me like, oh, this seems cool. Let me think. It's like there's so little there, and that's sort of our culture of what we do. But it seems like we don't describe those mechanisms of what's going on. We say we did like social cognitive behavior, but we're not really showing what those pathways are. So if we're not really describing what's in the intervention in such a way, and we're not really measuring that, then we just keep on perpetuating some of our mindless, simplistic behavioral theories, especially in psychology. I can say that because I'm trained in psychology. Another thing is if you go into the lab sciences, they spend so much time on quality control. And you can write papers on Q&A. But with behavioral social sciences, we don't really write a lot about how do you improve self-report. How do you improve the quality of this? And I think some of it is because maybe it would make our own work look suspect. But it's just not as part of the culture of how to improve our measures. And then finally, I'd say, I do lots of social epi studies, but what does that tell me about how to do an intervention? All it says is, yeah, these things are associated. And maybe I'm downplaying that a little bit. But I think you learn a lot more about understanding social environments by trying to change them, from a sort of a systems theory, than just like cross-sectionally look at things that are correlated. And you look at, a field like physics. What does physics do? It takes a little particle and slams it into it, really gets its high speeds and slams it in. I think you learn a lot by getting people to go out in their social environments. And that's often what we do in network interventions. We ask them to go out, and then we see how people in their environment reacts. We understand some of the barriers for that, as well as what facilitates their behavior. So I think looking at things of not just statically, but how can you do your research and studies to try to change those behaviors or change that social environment and see what happens. And it doesn't take like a whole massive study to do that. You can do a few qualitative interviews and say, hey, can you go out to your friends and tell them this or do this, and then come back and tell me what happens. So I think you can learn a lot about how social environments react by putting people in them and seeing how, when they try to change it, what happens. So I think, others went over how we can do these peer interventions, so I won't dwell on that. But just sort of going into some of the theories of what might be going on or what we try to capitalize on when we do interventions. And part of it is we're really, let me start with the norms, because that's sort of one of the real, I think, emphasis of this presentations is when you talk about something to somebody, you're changing often a norm that makes that now acceptable to talk about it. When you talk about something, you're making it more salient in the environment. So people are like, oh, that's something we should pay attention to. So they think that norm also, they think that is more prevalent. So if somebody is saying, oh, yeah, I'm not going to share needles, or I'm going to carry my naloxone with me, the more, if they talk about it, then people start to think, oh, that's a behavior of this group. So it becomes more seen as a more salient or more important norm in the group. So I think one thing that we really try to do in these interventions is try to make these certain things acceptable to talk about, and then by talking about it, change the norms. But the norms are often contradictory. Somebody doesn't want to share syringes because they don't want to get HCV or HIV, but they're also going through withdrawal symptoms and they want to get their drugs quickly. So it's not like, oh yeah, let's just change our norms and then everything's fine. There's going to be contradictory pressures and attitudes within a group, so you're really pushing against some of those norms that are trying to or lead to risk by making these norms that are leading to risk reduction more prevalent and more salient. So what we often do in these interventions, these peer interventions that I've been a part of, is going to this first part, is we're using more within the small group, social cognitive theory of role-playing, modeling, practicing behaviors to get people to be able to promote these social norms, to be able to then diffuse the information through the groups, through the networks. So another thing we tend to do in our interventions is we make up stuff. And one of the things we make up is social roles. We're like authors of a play. We make up these roles. One of our roles is peer educator. And there's nothing tried and true about you're a peer educator, you do A, B, and C, but we get people to buy into these roles so that we want to make sure that these roles are seen as important to them and relevant to their lives. We want to make sure these roles are something that they get positive feedback from so they maintain these roles in the community. We want to ensure that these roles in a group give them a sense of identity so that these roles are sustained. And we'll say, hey, if you're a peer educator, you got to be modeling these behaviors. You got to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. So we try to make it, okay, this is what a peer educator does. So we just socially construct these roles of peer educator. And those roles are consistent with two things. One is they're going to promote a health behavior. Another thing is the role is going to be sustained in the community. And part of the way you sustain that is the way they communicate and the way you train them. And one of the things about training people is you want to train them in being very realistic. So it's not, oh, please, would you pass me the Grey Poupon in a clean syringe? It's like, why in the hell should I believe you? I saw you just sharing drugs over there. Now you're telling me you're getting on your high horse and telling me not to do this. It's like, okay, what are you going to do in that situation when you get that? So we try to make our training such that they're going to really, if people challenge them outside, that their role is both flexible enough and they can defend it in such a way that they can maintain that social status of having this role. Because some people may feel threatened by this role or just, want to give people a bad time. So how do you construct a role where people can go out into the community and influence others, and these others are their network members? So we also, when we train them in a group setting, also our group facilitators are giving them positive feedback and giving them what we call homework that they go out in the community and promote in certain health behaviors, but that they're successful. So we structure it in a way that they're always successful. That you can do a little bit or you can do a lot. So we're just trying to develop these social roles de novo that are going to be sustained and are going to promote behavior change. So based on this paradigm, here's a couple things I think is important. So how do these networks work in a way where you're going to find some social influence that's relatively stable? So I think knowing not only who's in their network, what networks are stable, but also what behaviors are correlated within networks. Where does it seem like there is some influence? For example, we don't find that having mom in the network has much influence on your overdose behavior. Sorry, moms. Or dad's useless. But so it's just not a relationship where you find this association. But we do find that if mom is in your network and we follow you for a year, you're a lot less likely to be homeless. So who are those roles? What are their resources that can potentially influence a health behavior that you're concerned about, and that relationship is stable enough? So the second thing is, why should people be in our lame, stupid intervention? Because we're scientists? So why should they do this? So I think you have to give people a reason. In the beginning, it could be an extrinsic reason. It could be, like, why should they trust me? So I give you, $20, $25 to come into our session. But what we try to do is change it from extrinsic motivation to be in the intervention to they've had an experiences where now it's intrinsic. Now they really want to be in it because they're getting positive rewards. It's part of their identity. It's seen as they're doing something useful for the community. So we try to think about, what are the motivations? And then what communication skills do people really need? And you can go off on, communication skills are very difficult. You can go off on lots of them, and people will politely nod their heads, and they'll think it's cool and not remember anything. So what are the basic things that are really critical for people to know that they can learn, that they can actually go out in the community and actually do? And some things we do is we often, we'll say, okay, here's 4 conversation starters that you can start a conversation about overdose prevention. which ones do you want to choose? And then they choose one, and then, okay, who are you going to talk to? So just giving people simple things about, okay, here's how you can start a conversation. Because it is awkward. Why are you talking to me about this? Have you found God or something? This is weird. So you want to give people a reason they're going out and talking to their social network members about this topic. Then I think I also mentioned for often these interventions, we get one individual we call an index and have them recruit their alters. So we also want to really work with them to figure out how to recruit those folks. We'll call them up, help problem solve where they can recruit those network members, bring them in. And then finally, what we do often is they're randomized clinical trials where people are randomized, indexes are randomized, they bring in a network member or 2 or 3. Then actually, once they bring in a network member, they're randomized, and then we do a pre-post and follow people up. I should also say, for these types of interventions, for social norms, changes, for these interventions, what we often see is, at first, the behaviors between the experimental and control, because we often do an equal attention control, both groups go down, say at 6 months. But then what you see is the intervention, the experimental condition, they're continuing to go down more because the message is being reinforced by people in their network. They've gotten a skill set to reduce those behaviors as well. So there was talk yesterday about, with our networks, what is it? Is it differential affiliation? Do people just hang out together who have the same type of behaviors? Or is it social influence? Or is it both? And one question is, for network interventions, does it matter? If I can find, rather than are people influencing each other, can I get one of those people to influence the other folks? So I think even if we don't find that there's social influence, we can still train somebody, and with differential affiliation, that's great, because then we can identify high-risk individuals where you can go in and try to change a behavior. So in some ways, yes, it's an important conceptually, but for interventions, both are really valuable ways to go. Another thing, and I think maybe Tom mentioned this or somebody else did, is if you're out there as a peer educator, as our index people, telling other people to change their behavior, you're going to change your behavior. And what we almost always find is the people who change their behavior most are these peer educators, the people that we've trained. And of course, there's lots of reasons for it. They're actively engaged in this. They want to keep their status as peer educators, so they don't want to be seen in the community as not engaging in these things. So you also get the benefit when you're doing these interventions is you're really having a big impact on the peer educators. So our approach to choosing peer educators it's a very rigorous approach that we do, and that is, can you walk into our clinic? Reason for this? Couple things. When we first, we've done certainly CPOL interventions, and like in Chennai, it was easy to identify the opinion leaders. They were consistent from the network point of view, from just observations, it was very clear. For us working with people who use drugs, when we ask, okay, who's opinion leader? Drug dealer, priest, myself. We didn't find any reliability on who people were judging. And the networks were such that we didn't have really time to get large sociometric networks. So when you're dealing with disadvantaged populations, people who have a lot going on, who may or may not be able to maintain your intervention, even with the best of intentions, the goal really is we're training people to be opinion leaders. We're training them knowing that some of them with the best intentions won't be able to do this. But from sort of a population level, if we train enough people, then you'll get enough of these folks to stick with it. Not everybody will. Some people might be incarcerated or move or get sick or other things. But if we train enough people, that we're going to get folks who are going to be effective in this role. So it's more of, okay, can we make these opinion leaders rather than find them in the community? Because we just didn't have any reliable way of finding people. Communication skills. Some of it, again, is not just, our notion of communication is often we'll tell people what to do, which it doesn't work very well. But one of the things often our peer educators do for their networks is they're framing an issue of like, oh my gosh, did you know you could get HIV this way? Or, oh, this is happening. So what they're doing is they're not just giving information, they're framing issues. And we're also training them to do what we did with them. It's like, oh, it's great that, to their network, it's great that you're thinking about these things. Oh, I see you're, now you're taking a small dose of drugs and not using a full syringe to make sure you don't overdose. So we're also training them in ways that promote, they're giving positive feedback to their network members, which tends to be cyclical, or so then their network members want to engage with them more about these topics. Here's a quaint little mnemonic for that we sometimes train people with. This is your safe skills as a peer educator. S stands for see if it's the right time and place. A is ask questions and listen. F stands for find options and friendly feedback. E stands for encourage others to plan. So peer educators, if you don't train them, tend to be what everybody else does. Think that other people, A, have an information deficit. And if you just tell them, they're going to change their behaviors, which, of course, is not true and can be very obnoxious. So I may have another slide. So yeah, peer educators, just like everybody, have their mental models of how behaviors change. Most often, those mental models are inadequate. So part of it is we're giving them another mental model of how people actually change their behaviors. And we also, like a peer educator, is not judgmental. So we, again, part of that social role that we're developing so that they can diffuse this behavior change out to their networks. So another thing we try to do is just think of things that they can discuss several times. So it's like, oh, don't share needles. Okay, I'm done with you. Like, how can you re-engage people? How can you have several conversations? And you want to think about, like, well, what things do people like to listen to? Are there rumors you can tell people, or just some cool stuff that they can share? Or you can give them something so that they can actually have numerous conversations with folks. So thinking about what you want as a peer educator to influence their networks is you want them to continue to engage with those network members. All right, so measuring, as I said, indexes tend to change the most. The long-term outcomes, you can really tend to see a bigger change in behaviors. these RCT things are great, and I've done lots of them, but they take lots of resources. So you may want to think about other ways. Like, can you know, what I've seen sometimes now in interventions is, rather than an RTC, is what's the counterfactual? Like, we expect this amount of change or this amount of, you know, HIV rate or something in the community without this intervention. Then we'll do the intervention. Did we have, are we different from what that counterfactual is? So it seems like there's getting to be a little more acceptance of other types of designs besides RCTs. Okay, our nemesis, or why we do networks, because diffusion is great and contamination, you know, is the skunk at the tea party. First of all, with contamination, there's different ways to measure it. One way to measure it is you have things unique to your intervention that we call tracers that are only from your intervention. That if you see it in the control condition, you know there's contamination. So think about a training, something, a logo, something that if somebody says, yeah, I've seen it, that you know it came from the intervention. The only trouble with that is, you know, you could have a Martian dancing on an elephant, and people are like, yeah, I think I saw that. So what we do is we tend to have real logos from the intervention that we ask everybody if they've seen it, or some saying or something that we know came from the intervention, and then we have the sham ones as well for a baseline. So it's like, oh, did you see this? And yeah, and then the sham one, oh, did you see that? Yeah. So we sort of know what's the baseline of people just sort of thinking they saw something or seeing something similar to that. So that's one thing. So sort of measuring that contamination. The second thing is focusing your intervention so that people aren't engaged in as much contamination. So if you're have them focus on people you know are in the experimental group, those network members that they know are in the, that you know are in the experimental group. It's like, okay, can you do your outreach with these people, or can you do your peer education here, so that there's less contamination. And then the third thing is analyze it. So you can analyze a group that didn't get contamination, a group that got contamination, and the control groups, and then your experimental group. So you sort of have these three groups when you're doing that analysis. You can also do some, you know, more dose response of contamination as well if you're measuring it that way. But I think, again, you know, you really want to measure your contamination. Other ways to measure contamination, obviously, from a network perspective, is you get all your network inventories and you see, okay, were people network who were assigned to the experimental, like the indexes experimental network, were some of those also listed in some control group as well. So that's another way you can sort of look at potential for contamination. And clearly, you know, if you can do distance between groups, you know, if you have villages far away, you're going to have less contamination. But I think often it's not yes or no contamination. It's sort of the amount of contamination that you're getting between conditions. Sort of, that's great network interventions. What are some of our problems with them? Well, people, not only do they not always take kindly for you telling them what to do, but often relationships, there's a need for reciprocity. And especially like in caregiver interventions and other things, like people just don't want to get something, you know, for free. It makes the relationship unbalanced. So how do you structure an intervention where the other person can give reciprocity? One thing we'll do in our interventions is have our peer educators express the other person's reciprocity of like, oh, you've always been really important to me. you've really helped me in the past. Now I'm going to do something that's maybe useful to you. So think about some of those basic social relationships that you might be violating. But the other thing is with telling people what to do, that especially about their health behaviors, that can lead to conflict. Nobody wants to be told take their medicines or this and that. So you have to figure out how can you do these in ways that are not going to lead to conflict. And the third thing I mentioned before is peer educators who are working with their networks. They can feel threatened by their role or like, what are you doing? So they'll try to very much impute people's credibility. So you need to figure out a way of maintaining their credibility. Okay, quickly, just to give you data because you'd feel cheated if this performance was data-free. So here's the randomized clinical trials, 6 sessions, equal attention group, evaluated up to 30 months, sorry. This is a study. We've done several of these. This was one done in Chiang Mai, Thailand, and the exotic other place of Philadelphia. So this is a network intervention where we train the indexes to go out to their networks. We've got the network members in before, pre-post, afterwards, and followed them for a mere 30 months. One good thing about this study in Philadelphia is the facilitators were not very good. And at first I was like, oh God, these people are not really good. But then it's like when you look from like implementation science, it's like, oh, these are your average facilitators who would be at a community center. So it's like, okay, there's pros and cons of that. So conversations, I don't really like odds ratios. I think they often like exaggerate them. You can have an odds ratio of 5 and it really, that variance or the relative risk you explain can be really little. Especially if you have low prevalence of things. But us public health people love these things. So again, publish your odds ratio in public health journals. So we're like, okay, did the experimentals compare to the controls? Was there more conversations about HIV-related behavior? Yes, and in fact, 10 or more conversations. So it's higher in this was like 5 or more higher, was it? Okay, sorry I didn't put, this is the one you should look at. It was much better in Thailand. Oh, in Thailand, we had 0 outcomes because they had a war on drugs, which became a war on drug users, which was due to, because people started, for decades people had been using methamphetamines, but they had been orally ingesting it, and then they started smoking, and it was not a pretty scene because of that. But then injectors were visibly drug users and stigmatized, so they're the ones who got arrested. So it was just the intervention in Thailand, yeah, there was really no effect because of the, but here's the Philadelphia results from, and this is up to 30 months that we collected data. It wasn't powered enough to look at seroincidence as an outcome, but you see 6-session interventions. Only the index person gets trained. The outcomes are measured on both the index and their network members. So everybody. But the main thing I wanted to show was that the social norms predicted whether or not people would in fact change their behaviors. They're a very strong predictor of the
the outcomes. And let's see. Oh, yeah, so even in this model where you include a baseline social norms and a follow-up social norms, and then you look 6 months later, both of these things predict, at least with the cookers, the follow-up social norms. So in a multivariable logistic model, including both, it didn't seem that just the baseline ones were important, but also the follow-up ones predicted needle sharing. And what was interesting to see too was that it wasn't just norms predicted the behavior, but if you looked at the behaviors, then they predict the subsequent wave of social norms. So it seemed to be that there was this back and forth, so that you change the norms that change the behaviors, which change the norms. So you can't probably just have an intervention where all you do is change the norms, and if the behavior has to change or the norms aren't going to maintain a change. So just quickly going along, we did something similar. This was in Ukraine, and you can see, a substantial difference between zero incidents, same sort of successions between experimental and control networks in Ukraine for people who inject drugs. Just sort of wrapping things up, social support, it's not always great. Changing behaviors can sort of shake up relationships. Again, as I said, so specific network factors are linked to certain health outcomes. And sort of, what do you really want to change? Do you want to change the networks, the norms, the behaviors? What do you really want to focus on in these interventions? Impediments for these, we found like a lot of people, life events impede them from engaging in these. They have competing demands and lacks of resources. If you're trying to look structurally, the people who are most central may or may not be the ones who are interested in your intervention. There may be role conflict between you as being trained in this role and your community. We have no control over the messages that people give out in the community. What happens when the program ends? Let me just think. I don't think any of this. What do you need to keep people credible? Which ties should you focus on? I think that's probably. I'm going to just get the last slide here. Is it ethical to not only collect information, but muck up in the social environment and train people to give messages that you don't have control, and those people didn't come in your study, and you're changing behaviors in communities where those people then sign any informed consent. And then finally, just the networks we construct are not the way people construct their social networks. So think about that when you're designing your interventions as well. So try to race through.
Carl, that's perfect. Thank you. Questions, comments? Carl?
Yeah.
Just kind of want to say, I think it's an incredibly interesting area. Formal research into unintended consequences, right? About perhaps going to change behavior, but ultimately network practices, right? I mean, there's so many unknowns. There's so many hypotheticals, and like having a great idea about your intervention process, the diffusion processes you're trying to aim, and ultimately what those things could be. I feel like there could be so much more research done on that, right? Or to think aimed at really figuring out those processes.
And I think we're uncomfortable about telling people to break ties. But what if your network member says, no, I'm not going to, I'm going to continue to engage in these high-risk things. Sorry. Well, Yeah, so I think, yeah, there's sort of an ethical question, but also what do we advise them to do in those relationships? And we want to think ties are always supportive when they can be promoting problematic behavior as well. So it does seem like we're like tentative of going down that path. Yeah. Sorry. Well, I'd say that since there's competing norms, if you can make one norm more salient and make it more acceptable even to talk about that. So if you get the people saying, I'm doing this, people like, oh, well, I guess that's the norm. So maybe there wasn't a difference, but just making that becoming more observable in the environment may make it so that people think, oh, that is a norm. But not being naive to thinking, oh, there aren't counteracting norms. Like with alcohol, parental norms are often very different than kids' norms. So how do you, navigate that? And also, one question about is like, do you give positive messages, or do you like, oh, wow, look, that person really messed up because they were drinking and this happened? Or aren't we all happy and healthy not drinking? So I think some of that negative ties, negative messages, I don't think we really know enough about which ones are more impactful and which ones are really ethical to sort of promote in different contexts. Question?
I was wondering about
Okay, super quickly, like for power dynamics, there's a bunch of different levels. As researchers, we infuse power. But sometimes it's like, okay, HIV is something in your community we think you should care about. The downside is maybe resources go to that and don't go to other communicable and infectious diseases. So there's that power dynamic. There's, I think, constructing the role of you're not an expert in everything. How do you tell people, I don't know anything. I could get you, maybe link you to people who might know this, but this is not something I have expertise in. So I think really shaping that role so they're not, the local god. So that, it's important. We also have to think of like what happens after this intervention. Like, okay, you've given somebody this role, how does it sustain? So I think like here's what the peer education role is. It does this and this, but it doesn't do this and this. But also, people might like at first calling them and saying, okay, what should my kid's name be or whatever. They may feel like that, but then they may be overwhelmed with that. So I think, again, it's those unintended consequences of changing things and knowing enough that you can put some boundaries, guardrails on that, but also ensuring that it's adaptable and ideally sustainable by the community, not by outsiders. Jim. I have anecdotal people who come back to our clinic in Baltimore and it's like, oh, I really like this, or this is what these things did for me. So I think that's totally biased to positive things that people come and say to us. So I don't think it's a fair representation, but it does seem like for some people it changes a trajectory, but it seems like, yeah, you'd really want to figure out, okay, which of the people sort of drop back to their prior state, which ones have sort of come to a new either place in their network or a new social role in the community. Well, I also think for a lot of our populations in the U.S. that we study who are disenfranchised, we've cut them off of so many positive roles of full employment, of marriage, of getting resources. So in some ways, we're making up because society has sort of said, oh, these roles are no longer available.
Thank you so much. Coffee is brewing. The next session after the coffee is going to be a panel, and it's going to be an active learning session. So we will, for the live stream viewing audience, we're going to shut the camera off because it's kind of pointless and there's some other things happening. But so get some coffee, go to the bathroom, and come back, and you know we're going to move around and sort of talk to people and so forth. So when you do that, recognize that we have a lot of tripping hazards. So please don't trip.